Our roads are good. They're getting better. Better every day.
So, MEDC still has not decided.
I haven't heard anything.
I think we hear. I suspect that.
Mm-hmm. Are you going by your computer?
No, I'm going by that clock back there. Good evening and welcome to the September 6, 2022 regular meeting for the Township Board of the Charter Township of Meridian. Please join me in the standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Lemaster, would you conduct the roll call?
Supervisor Jackson.
Here.
Clerk Guthrie.
Here.
Treasurer DeShane,
Here.
Trustee Hendrickson,
Here.
Trustee Sundlin,
Here.
Trustee Wilson,
Here.
Trustee Wazinski,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Item 4 on our agenda is presentations. We have 2 tonight. The first will be the introduction of new police officers by Chief Plaga.
Madam Supervisor, board members, thank you. Tonight I present to you first Mari Clevenger. Mari comes to us from Carson City. She is a graduate of the Mid-Michigan Police Academy and also holds an associate's degree from Montcalm Community College. Mari has over a year experience in law enforcement. She went with the Cole twins, the sisters that work for us now, and I think that we might owe them a little bit of gratitude for bringing Mari to us. So we look for, I'm hoping that the board, we can start Mari on board, as well as Stacy Bazan. Stacy comes from to us. She's a graduate of Allegan High School. She's got a bachelor's degree from Bethel College. She has several years of experience in law enforcement, mostly in the southwest area of Michigan, and is looking to come up here because of family members. And we're looking forward to having Stacy also on board and working with the township. These 2 officers come with experience, and they're already out of the academy, and we can get them hit the ground running with them. So, Mari?
Oh, I was supposed to speak?
Yes.
I'm kidding. He told me. It's not a surprise. I want to thank you guys all for this opportunity and that you guys have given me. I'm excited for Meridian Township. This is a township that I think is going to be a great one for long term. Done a lot of research about your guys' township. You guys are very community oriented, and I'm really excited for this next journey of my life. And I'm only 24, so I got a lot more to go. So thank you guys.
Good evening. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to serve with the community and the businesses in this area. I'm greatly appreciative and I can't wait to start. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to both of you. Hi, welcome. Hi, welcome. Hi, welcome. Thank you, Chief Plaga.
Thank you, ma'am.
Keep up the good work. Our next presentation, item 4B, is the 2023 Township Budget Proposal presented by Manager Walsh.
Good evening, Board. Before I begin, I just want to make a few comments that are really not relative to the budget, but I want to thank the team that's here tonight. I'm blessed to work with an outstanding team. You know, it starts at the Board, but Director Tehoff and the Human Resource Office, and Luann Maisner, who's been here over 2 decades running the parks, and Melissa Massey in the back, who's heading up our projects, Amanda Garber, who just joined us as Finance Director and a CPA, Tim Schmidt, who's been with us for a year, heading up Community Development Planning, and Chief Hamill, who heads up our fire department for 4 years now, Ashley Winstead, our new assessor, Amber Clark, who heads up our economic development, Stephen Givas, who's been here 3 decades in our IT department, and Dan Opsimer, our deputy manager. I think I covered everyone. Oh, and Sam, newly promoted to the communications manager, and Zach Lemester, promoted today to assistant deputy, whatever, to the clerk. Zach, congratulations. And also, most importantly, to Ken Plaga. Ken's been our police chief today, effective today, for 27 years. So, Chief, congratulations on that achievement. Also want to recognize Ann Alchin. I received word today that Ann passed away, and you know, Ann was not elected. Ann wasn't a part of our boards and commissions, but everyone knew Ann. Everyone knew Ann's contributions. She chewed me out more than once or twice during my time here, and probably deservingly so. She was really involved. She really cared, and you know, Meridian Township owes her a great deal of appreciation for what she gave to this township. So I just want to make those intro comments. The budget this year, $60 million budget. It's interesting that out of that $60 million, half of that comes from just 4 areas. The police department is $7.5 million, the fire department is $7.5 million, and water and sewer at about $8 million each, brings to about $30 million. So half of the budget that the township has is spent in just those 4 areas. Some of you have been on the board since 2016. Some of you are relatively brand new. Some of you are new but have served before. So I wanted to just go through real quickly where we've been over the last 10 years, the decade that I can speak to. I came here in 2013, replaced former manager Jerry Richards, who left the township in great hands. But our total investment over the last 10 years in the fire department's been just over $7 million, with half of that being the central fire station. We've committed a significant amount to the police department, mostly through sponsoring folks through the academy, replacing 3 vehicles a year, and we've now we had 2 canines, we're back to 1, we may be going back to 2. Just some of the things to give you an overview. The Parks and Recreation Department and some of the investments that have been made, that's in the millions. You know, up in Towner Road, starting up in the northern part of the township and throughout the community, and the really nice improvements that were made to the Harris Nature Center, just to mention a few. Over $2 million in our IT department. About $1 million of that is in the upgrades that are currently going on with Brightline. That's being funded out of the ARP funding. Public Works and Streets, about $10 million in public works, $11 million in streets. And that really accentuates the number there on the street number of $11 million, that we have kept our promise of what we said we were going to do if you go back to 2017 when that millage was approved. The communications budget, just over $500,000. By the way, probably not during the budget meeting, but Sam would have an announcement a little later about the national award we received, right? The tagline is "Step Aside LA," right? The 2022 action plan, this laid out what the township board wanted to accomplish in 2022. I won't go through all of those, but they should look familiar. Those are the 10 goals, anywhere from our infrastructure to DEI, economic development, public safety, community engagement. Our budget goals for 2023, our $60 million can be really wrapped up in 6 areas. That is our legacy costs for public safety, our investment in the PICA, DEI, equitable compensation, the environment, and local roads. Let's really talk about the pension, because we had a significant pension issue here 10 years ago. And these are the numbers from where we are with the pension fund now. And as you can see, we were just 5 years ago 54% funded in our MERS pension fund, which is the big one, because that includes 5 different units, but namely police and fire. And that debt was well over $30 million. It was close to $34 million. What is that debt today? That debt today is $23 million. So we've eliminated significant debt from our MERS pension. And as you can see, we've reached a 72% overall funding position. Not quite to the state average, but sure a lot better than 54. And remember, any communities that are under 60% have to report to the state. What about the changes that were made just a few years ago in our modified pension plans? What are they funded at? And the devil's always in the details, but the facts speak for themselves. The administrative professionals is 125% funded, 94% for the others. Our modifications that we made here just 3 or 4 years ago have really paid dividends for us. Getting into some details now, MERS tells you that if you want to fully fund your pension fund, the required contribution this year is $261 a month, $261 a month. But if you want to pay it off in 10 years, all your debt, you need to pay $367 a month. Well, that's a significant bump over the $261. This illustrates something that's really important, and that is for the first time in Meridian Township, and probably forever, the amount that's required in the ART payment, $261, went down, or $271. It was $271 last year at the top. It went down to $261. So we've seen a reduction in our required contribution for the first time. And this just goes over what we're actually paying and what is required to pay. I'm going to get my... I want to make sure that I point out some things here. This illustrates the commitment of the $750,000 each for police and fire, which we said, and the actual required contribution. That is the $261,000 a month times 12 is $3,135,000. That's required to be paid, right? So the total requirement, if you add in the 1.5 and the required contribution, is $4.6 million. That's what we're required to put in if we keep our promises to the public and pay the ARC. What are we paying? Go back to that number. What was the number to pay it off per month at 10 years? $367,795. We are taking the most aggressive approach to paying off our MERS pension at $367 a month. And if you do that times 12 months, and you add in the 1 million, you come out to 5.339. That number, that 5.339, is the number that comes from the MERS 5% rate of return. Throughout all the numbers, what are we going to pay? We're going to pay the 5% number on the rate of return, not the 7% that MERS suggests. That's too rosy. We're saying we're going to base this on a 5% rate of return. It's a very important number to understand how aggressive we are. So we're required to pay 3.135, and we're paying 5.3. We're paying $2.1 million more than is required. And here's the real story on retiree health care and the township pension fund. Set aside MERS now. We have the township pension fund and the retiree health care fund, which just back in 2013 were over $6 million in debt. Today, through really good management by the board and commitment to pay them off, look where we're at today. We paid over about $13 million off in our pension and our retiree health care and our MERS, and we're now 110% funded in our township pension fund. We were 68% funded just 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, we were 54% on retiree health care, which, by the way, in most communities in Michigan, 54% is a pretty acceptable number. There's a lot of 20 and 30s. Meridian Township is now 96% funded on our health care. Here's a really telling, this is something that Supervisor Jackson and I went over just last night in a meeting about the budget. This tells a lot. Remember what we've always said. What happens with our enormous debt if we started paying it off on our required contributions? We'll look back at 2019. We were paying for just retiree health care and township pension fund, not MERS. We were paying $700,000. Why are we able to do so many projects now? Why are we building up our general fund balance? Right here tells it all. We were paying $700,000 back in 2019. Our required payment this year is $38,000 because we've paid down our debt. One of the other goals is our investment in our PICAs. We've lowered that in this budget to $1.25 million simply because we don't think we'll need it up in Hazlet. That commitment is for the Okemos project. This is an update on the downtown Okemos project, all the different funding sources that we're looking at for that project, and of course the downtown Hazlet project, which appears to be, with shovels in the ground, moving along. Finally, after about 15 years, we're seeing development up in the Hazlet area. Next area that we want to focus on was fixing our roads. And as you can see, we have a much more significant contribution of almost $5 million in 2023. And of course, a lot of that has to do with the additional funding from ARP that the board has approved. But again, we're keeping our promises and going beyond what we promised to the public. 4.5 of that is in reconstruction, and 450,000 of that is in preventative maintenance. But again, the devil's in the details. What are the facts? Throw out all that information. What are the facts? The facts are that our PASER rating, which is the rating that the state of Michigan has for the quality of roads you have, goes from 1 to 10. 1 to 2 is like broken up roads. 10 is excellent. Meridian Township was a 4.48. Not our number. That's a number that's been rated by an engineering company. A 4.48 is pretty fair. Just above poor, but just a fair road system. We said we want to become an 8 in 10 years to have a very good road system. Well, if you go from a 4.48 to an 8, what do you need to do per year? You need to go up 0.35 per year. This chart illustrates what you would need to do to get to 0.35 each year and where you should be. This is the measuring stick. This is what we should be looking at every year. Are we meeting this? So, as you can see, in 2023, to get to an 8 in the next 5 years, we need to be at a 5.88 next year. Right now, we estimate with the road numbers that we have in front of us, we'll be at a 6.14. We are exceeding where we need to be to reach an 8, all the way from a 4.48 just years ago. The American Rescue Plan funding, you can see, as you know, we've committed $970 to the IT project and $1.3 million to local roads. We still have $2.269 million. That is not included in anything we're talking. When we talk about fund balances tonight, it does not include any of the ART funding. That's a separate fund, separate discussion that I'm sure the board will have in the coming months. In the budget, there's a potential of a new township recycling center over by the service center. If we get the Eagle grant, which is just over $200,000, they will be paying 80% through the Eagle grant for the new recycling center. We are not going to in any way shut down the one in the northern part of the township. This would just be to augment our current recycling center. And there's a kind of an outline of what we're looking at. Public safety. Not only have we kept our promise of what we made in 2017 to the voters, we've surpassed that. We've increased our number of police and paramedics, firefighters from 69 to 75, a 9% increase to our residents just over the past 3 years. Another important statement here is the development that we have in the community. We are now a community over $2 billion in tax base. And you say, well, what does $2 billion in tax base means? Well, what it means is you can take all of the tax base in East Lansing and all of the tax base in Delhi Township, add them both together, and they don't equate to Meridian Township. That's what that means if you want to illustrate it. It's an impressive number to reach a $2 billion. It puts you up there with Portage, that has Pfizer. It puts you up there with Midland, which has Dow. That's the kind of company that Meridian Township is in, an equal population. And this shows you the tax base of the local communities and where we stand. Only Lansing, with 112,000 people, which has almost 2.5 times the amount of people as Meridian Township, and they're only about $500,000 above us, or $500 million above us in taxable value. We're leading the way. As a matter of fact, you can see we're right on the heels of Midland that has the Dow Company. Growth. 11% growth from 2010 to 2020. We're now up to almost 45,000 residents. What does that mean? And here's a comparable of the communities around us, which, as you can see, we really stand out for population growth. Anyone that was looking to move into Ingham County simply moved into Meridian Township. But what does that really mean? What does that do for us? Well, it does a number of things, but one of the things it does is that tax revenue from the state of Michigan, state revenue sharing, is based heavily on population. So as you can see, these are actual audited numbers. They're not my numbers. They're from a CPA firm. In 2020-21, this is, of course, the state's fiscal year, which is different than ours. September to October for the state, we're calendar year. But if you use the state's fiscal year, we received just over $4 million before the new population kicked in. And in 21-22, that jumped $1 million. And of course, it was adjusted for 2 years because they're a year behind with the census. But as you can see, if you want to compare 2020 to 2022-23, we're up nearly $700,000 in 1 year. What does that mean over the course of the decade? It means $4.2 million in additional revenue for Meridian Township. Parks project, there'll be 3 projects to focus on for 2023, namely looking at this pavilion. Director Maisner has some great ideas and vision for what the pavilion could look like. Like she said, you know, it used to be focused to the parking lot for the farmers market. Maybe we ought to turn it around and open it up to the parks so that parents coming here can enjoy the parks, watch their kids. I thought it was a great idea, but those are the 3 areas that the Parks Department's looking at. The Police Department will continue with 41 sworn officers. The 2 things that we're looking at in the Police Department, if you go into our squad room, it doesn't match Meridian Township. Prime is not a word you would think of if you looked at the rust bucket of a squad room that we have. So we're looking at a nice upgrade to our squad room, and they're looking at a second canine unit for the department. The fire department will remain at 34. They're going to be receiving their new ladder truck paid for in cash and a new fire engine. It'll be a 3rd truck that we've purchased in just 7 years, all paying cash for it. Just 10 years ago, we had 4 emergency sirens in the township. We need 15 to cover the township. We've been replacing or adding 1 a year, and we'll be adding our 12th siren in 2023. Motor pool, this is how motor pool is funded. This is how we fund our equipment in the township. It's funded by equipment rentals through each of the departments. And as you can see in here, 3 police cars, the fire truck. Why is the fire truck $364? When I just showed you it was $585, because we received a state grant for $200 and some thousand that Trustee Opsimer arranged back when he was working in the state house. And as you can see, some of the other purchases that we'll be making. But again, it's not just where the purchase is, all in cash, but where are we fund balance-wise? And as you can see, after these purchases, we'll have a fund balance of $881, which is the highest we've had in years. And that's after paying cash for all of the stuff that we just talked about, the ladder truck, the pumper, the police cars, and the siren, and all of that. Capital projects, we're down a little bit this year in our capital expenses. We're looking at a new generator for the service center, LED lightings to enhance our sustainability. And I talked earlier about the recycling center. This is where it would be funded out of. Water and sewer fund, no major concerns with the water and sewer fund except for the accelerated cost of replacements right now is really hitting our budget in the water and sewer fund. Again, taking up about 25% of our entire budget. This is just a listing, and I'm not going to go through them. You have a copy of it in front of you, but this goes through the water and sewer improvements that will occur in 2023. This is an interesting slide that I hope everyone looks at, or takes note of, but this is the anticipated on the increase that we're looking at on water and sewer. This shows you the water and sewer rates from Meridian Township at about $170 a quarter. And as compared to our neighbors, for instance, $100 more in Lansing, over $100 more in Williamston per quarter, so that's $400 a year. As you can see, our rates remain the lowest in the region. Let's talk quickly about the promises we made in 2017. This is really important. You know, what we say we're going to do, have we done it? And go back to 2017, we said we'd maintain 41 police officers. We've budgeted for that every year. We're struggling to get there. I'll tell you, we're probably at the highest we've been in a number of years. We're at 39 now, with the 2 that were before you and the 5 that are at the academy. We are closest to 41 we've been in a long time. And that's really a compliment to the board and to the chief who have made that happen. So many communities are struggling with that. 32 firefighter paramedics is what we agreed to or what we promised the public. We're now at 34. We've added additionally 2 more. And as you know, what's happened to our call volume? Our call volume has gone up significantly, but so has our revenue. Remember, we budgeted $1.3 million for ambulance revenue, and that's looking like it's going to be 1.6. It's the highest it's been over a decade. $1.5 million for police and fire pensions. We know we just covered that. Obviously, $250,000 went into the ladder truck because we're buying $1 million ladder truck after 4 years. Promises made in 2019. We said we'd commit 100% of our local road millage to fix, no administrative cost, and that continues to be the case. We're using every dollar that we received from the local road tax to fixing roads, not administrative costs. The administrative cost is being borne by our other funds. Contributing to preserve our high quality ratings. I just went over the PASER rating. We're going to be at the 5.88 or 5.8, where we need to be, just slightly ahead of where we need to be at 8 by 2027. We said we'd take over the program from Ingham County. We're going to run our own program, and we're doing that. And I expect next year to be really successful because we're going to bid it before we announce it. We're going to reverse orders here coming up. And of course, there's Niall Nunn, a great member of our team, and he really is very involved in the inspection of the local road program. Staffing. What's happening with staffing? There will be no change in staffing. There's some things that are occurring in staffing. We're creating a new position upstairs, but we combined 2. I won't get into all of that, but anyway, the staffing will remain at 163. We're not adding staffing in any departments. What are our challenges? You know, it's not all rosy, right? But it really is. When you take a look at, we had $35 to $36 million in MERS pension just a decade ago, and we've been able to reduce that down to $23 million. 13 of that is in the fire department, and $7.5 million of that is in the police department. That makes up about $21 million of the 23.4. Recruitment of police officers and paramedics. It's going to continue to be a struggle. Compliments to Chief Hamill. I think he's at 100% at 34. If you look at it, I think we have 71 or 73 positions now combined. We're within 2 of being fully staffed. You won't find that in a lot of departments. There's just an article in the Detroit News. Did you see it? They're losing about 1 officer per day. 1 per day. How do you replace them? And our antiquated IT infrastructure that the board has committed about $900,000 to fix, and the significant increased cost of the local road program. The local road program was budgeted for X, and now we're paying Y, and that's an issue for us. Some of the things we're doing to recruit and retain talent, we have flex time, casual wear, a bunch of other stuff that we're doing. And as of you know, we have an additional 5%. We're adding a step, something we've never done here. We're adding a step 7, to all the pay grades. So people who have been here the longest will have another step to get to, and that will take effect. We've made the decision. The original thought was on the anniversary date of employment in 2023. We've now changed that to January 1. You don't have to wait for your anniversary date for 2023. Special appropriations, you've seen the list. You know the list. I'm not going to go through all of these. Anyone who wants to see it, this report will be on our website. But these are just the special allocations that are included in the budget, many of which I've covered already tonight. So again, I'm not going to go through all of these, but when you look at this list and you see how we're increasing our fund balance, we're keeping all of our commitments, and we're paying a lot more into pension. We've paid off our health care. We've paid off our township pension fund. Our payments for that has gone from $700,000 down to $38,000. And you see this long list of improvements that we're making. Our team is very, very proud of where we're going financially. And this shows you where our fund balance is expected to be. We expect, of course, the board has set a 25% minimum fund balance. Our general fund's about $27 million. And as you can see, with a $12 million fund balance, we're into the mid to upper 40% on fund balance. So we're far exceeding what the board's goal is. And here's a summary. We have a strong financial outlook, strong population growth, and we're investing on our core principles: the PICAs, DEI, wellness, IT, local roads, sustainability, and we want to do more. And we're interested to hear your thoughts on that tonight. But this township is very well positioned for the future, very well. And that's it. That's $60 million in about 25 minutes. That's more than $2 million in a minute. So happy to wrap it up. I don't believe in long presentations, so that's the entire budget for the next year. And I know later on it's on the agenda, Supervisor Jackson, so at this time I'll just sit down and let you continue your meeting unless there are any immediate questions that anyone has.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there burning questions? We can't hold to our public hearing or discussion. Then we'll move on our agenda. We come now to item 5, citizens address agenda items and non-agenda items. I have several green cards here for speaking at this time. Before we start, I will say that there are 2 opportunities for public comment. Citizens who wish to address agenda or non-agenda items will have an opportunity at the beginning of the meeting as well as near the end of the meeting. Individuals who wish to address the board should complete a green form located with the agendas near the room entrance and present the card to the board secretary. So the supervisor will call upon individuals who have completed a green card to speak on the topics indicated. Citizens are required to limit their comments to 3 minutes, except when this requirement is waived. A timekeeper will communicate to the individual who is addressing the board at the conclusion of 3 minutes. Thank you. The board highly values public comment and input. However, the board meeting format is designed to facilitate the evening's agenda and therefore restricts board members from engaging in conversation with speakers or immediately responding to questions. Questions and concerns may be addressed by the board later in the agenda and/or may be assigned for follow-up by the board or the township manager at a later date. In order to foster the orderly conduct of the board's business on behalf of the community, please refrain from rude or discourteous behavior. Address all comments to the board, not to individual board members or to others in attendance. And finally, the meeting is a meeting of the board of the township held in public for the purpose of conducting the business of the township. It is not a meeting of the public. Please limit comments to the issues on the agenda to the greatest extent possible. Mr. Walsh, you have a comment.
I apologize. Debbie Brzezinski, would you stand up? I was introducing our staff, and I went around and introduced our directors, and I noticed Debbie's here from upstairs. Rock star, great employee, great member. Debbie Brzezinski, she's on our community development and planning. So my apologies, Debbie.
Thank you. All right, my first green card is from Jerry Richards. Oh, please, Mr. Richards, if you will give us your name and address.
Sure.
Good evening, Township Board members. I am Jerry Richards and have resided at 3986 East Sunwind Drive in Okemos for the last 34 years. My topic of interest on tonight's agenda is item 13E, recreational marijuana. The results of the recent election have been well publicized along with the recount. Taking into account all the factors, it's fair to say the final result was basically a tie. Clouding the results was the inability to recount 9 precincts, along with the reduction of the margin of defeat from 12 to 6 votes. Not only was the vote a virtual tie, but there was a geographic pattern to how voters responded, with support for opting out strong on the south side of the township and opposition to the opt-out strong on the north side of the township. I have the following suggestions and accompanying rationale for moving forward. If the Township Board decides to allow recreational marijuana dispensaries, first, I suggest you immediately repeal the medical marijuana ordinance and all related references to that ordinance. The medical marijuana ordinance will be duplicative and would create opportunities for litigation if the recreational marijuana ordinances do not use the same process and/or allocation provisions as the medical marijuana ordinance. Second, take plenty of input from the community when developing a new recreational marijuana ordinance. This ordinance is going to have long-term impacts on the township. And my suggestion is that you allow 2 or 3 dispensaries and place them in the center of the township's commercial area. Locate the dispensaries in the middle of the township. Keep in mind that half the township didn't want any marijuana establishments, particularly those of us located in the southern part of the Meridian Township. And I would also say to minimize the potential impact on township public safety services. You can do that by locating dispensaries away from major highways outside of our borders. For instance, and particularly I-96, I-69, and US 127. This will minimize traffic concerns, proliferation of billboards, and related items. As elected officials, my hope is you focus your efforts on the impact of township residents and be less concerned about non-resident access. Locating dispensaries in the middle of the township will also provide easier and quicker responses for our public safety providers when needed. And finally, locating dispensaries in the center commercial core of the township will also benefit other businesses like restaurants, other small businesses. If those coming from out of the township are coming into the center, they're more likely to stop and support our other businesses. So I appreciate you take all these comments into your input and in your deliberations. Thanks for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Second green card is from Lynn Page.
Hi, Lynn Page, 3912 Raleigh Drive, 26-year resident of Meridian Township. I just want to briefly touch on the difficulties that the township experienced in tabulating the results for our recent August 2nd primary election, and that I assume were also experienced in the recount process. I hope whatever deficiencies were identified, new processes and procedures will be put in place to prevent those from happening in the future. Although almost 25% of the voting precincts could not be recounted for the August recreational marijuana primary election ballot, the official no result prevailed by a reduced margin of 6 votes. The election results, in my opinion, are essentially a tie and reflect deep division on this issue. As you move forward in this matter, please consider the following. The ballot question didn't ask whether residents wanted to opt in for recreational marijuana dispensaries, but only whether to ban recreational pot businesses altogether. Michigan's MRTMA law identifies several recreational marijuana businesses, including growers, processors, secured transporters, and safety-compliant facilities, in addition to retail dispensaries.
Other communities have opted in for recreational marijuana businesses without allowing retail dispensaries. As with any land use issue, the township should decide, if the township should decide to opt in, there are significant concerns regarding the number and location of the totality of marijuana businesses, both for medical and recreational establishments. Currently, there are no active medical marijuana permits or pending applications. Based on recent legal developments in other municipalities, it is necessary to rescind the current medical marijuana zoning and non-zoning ordinances to avoid inundating the township with an excessive number of marijuana businesses and exposing the township to future litigation. If the township board decides to permit retail recreational marijuana businesses, the number of facilities and locations should be restricted to a single dispensary, as there are numerous other pot businesses close by in Bath, East Lansing, and Lansing. Furthermore, to serve township residents safely, recreational marijuana business dispensaries should be located at the center of the township rather than at the I-96, US 127, and M69 gateways to our community. As a 26-year resident, my preference is to maintain the township's current MRTMA opt-out status for retail recreational marijuana dispensaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carol A. Payne.
I'm Carol Payne. I live at 5919 Montebello in Hazlet. I've been there about 38 years. And I'll be short and sweet because this is only the second one of these I've ever attended, and that was a few years ago. So I'm not as prepared as those before me. However, I am here at this time to, and I know you don't ask any questions, but the questions that I have are with regard to the special assessment for sidewalks. I have in the past paid to have sidewalks done. This time I have 2 of them marked, and I took pictures of them because I still don't understand why they have to be changed. There's a lot of sidewalks, and I walk the neighborhood a lot, that have trees in the Meridian part of the grassy area between the sidewalk and the road. And these, most of them that are really bad, that need to be replaced, have trees there that the roots are bringing up the sidewalk. I have no trees. It's less than 1/4 of an inch off of being totally safe, I would call it. So I have questions, and I don't know where to go with these questions, about how this has been established, the money. I'm assuming that this is a special assessment that would be done over a period of time. It's not just going to be thrown into my taxes in 1 year. I think that's what it's been done over a period of time in the past. So I just have a lot of questions that this letter itself confused me and where you go from there. So if I am opposed to having those sidewalks, those squares of the sidewalk being redone, which I don't understand why they are, because they're not even, I walk with a cane and I wouldn't stumble on them. So where it goes from there, I'm not sure. And if someone can direct me to that point, but that's what I'm here for, because I am opposed to that. And there are other people I can see where it's done, but actually our sidewalks are better than yours out here, to be honest. So that's all I have to say. And if somebody could guide me in the right direction, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. I think at this point, I might say to Ms. Payne and others who are interested in the sidewalk assessment, that there is a public hearing on our agenda, item number 11, where we will be talking more about that. And so I hope that you will stay with us till we get to that point in our agenda. That's item 11D. And hopefully some of your questions will be answered as we talk about that in the public hearing, and we can allay some of the confusion at least. The next green card is from Juanita Word.
I'm Juanita Word, and I am here with the same purpose for Sister Payne. I'm concerned about the sidewalk. We got a letter stating that we are in lot 102, and I'd like to know how many homes are in lot 102. My sidewalk are in perfect condition, and I don't know why I would have to pay for a sidewalk that has to be redone when it's not in my lot. That's my question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you give us your address?
5935 Montebello Avenue in Hazlet.
Thank you. Again, item 11D pertains specifically to that, a public hearing for that particular issue, so I hope you will stay and we can help manage the confusion that has occurred.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Baldori is next.
Good evening. My name is Bob Baldori. I've lived here in Meridian Township for over 50 years, and I love it here. I think it's a great community. And in addition to playing rock and roll piano, I'm also an attorney, and I'm, among other things, on Attorney General Dana Nestle's advisory board for marijuana policy. So I have a lot of experience in these marijuana ventures. I also have and have had over 100 clients all over the state of Michigan that are involved in this industry. I just briefly like to say it wasn't a tie. They lost. I don't care if it was 6 votes or 6,000 votes. That loss and the recount, where they also lost, was consistent with the other 2 elections that where cannabis was a subject, where Meridian Township residents voted over 60% in favor of cannabis. So I think we should put that issue behind us and move on. As of today, approximately 150 communities in Michigan have opted in for recreational marijuana. Every single one of them has benefited from opting in. This board cautiously wanted to wait to see what happened in other communities before opting in or considering opting in. What has happened across the board has been a major success for marijuana ventures. Not only do they generate a significant amount of tax revenue, in fact, if this board had opted in 4 years ago, and to what was considered reasonable at the time for the number of retail outlets, they would have already collected over $1 million just in revenue generated by the state that they're returning to the communities. Not only that, it creates numerous high-paying jobs, and it improves real estate. So, and I could go on. There's all kinds of other benefits from opting in. And the idea that we should have fewer retail outlets because you can go to another community and buy it is like saying there's 50 establishments in East Lansing that sell alcohol, so let's cut ours back to 1 or 2. That argument makes no sense. So I would respectfully request that this board initiate a process for adopting the medical marijuana ordinance that's already in place and converting it to recreational. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Baldori, I don't think I heard your address.
2719 Mount Hope Road, right next to Montessori School.
Thank you.
Been there 50 years.
The next green card is from, I'm afraid I can't read the first name, but I believe the last name is Giddings.
James Giddings.
James Giddings.
That is correct. Not surprised, my handwriting is a lot shakier than it used to be in the old days. I wish I could say I was a resident of the township, had much respect for this township and the wonderful things it represents, but I'm an outsider. I'm a resident of, my name is James R. Giddings. I'm an attorney, retired circuit judge here in Ingham County for decades, actually. I live at 6000 Lounsbury Road in Williamstown Township. So I guess I feel like I'm a bit of an outsider in coming here and talking about an issue, but the reason I'm here, and I'm going to be exceedingly brief, is I've represented clients who either have or are trying to establish facilities, recreational facilities in Bay County, in Jackson County, in Ingham County, in Flint, and places like that. And I guess the one thing really I would share with you is what we're hearing in terms of criticism is, of course, we all know the term for it. It's called NIMBY. Okay, the people spoke in 2018 resoundingly, and they spoke resoundingly here in Meridian Township. And there are criticisms that always can be made, but some of those criticisms are not especially compelling. But you have authorization for several medical marijuana facilities here. There are none because they cannot be run profitably by themselves. And that is a legitimate need. I mean, I've had litigation, including some when I was on the bench, about people who attempted to have access in a time when it was the public response was much more hostile to that. And that is a legitimate need. There are some who think that it's not, but there are those who have that need, and there are advantages to having a facility of that type. But it seems to me that the important point is, how does it diminish in terms of safety, economics, or whatever standard you want to use from the greatness of this township by having such a facility? You're making good use of, for the most part, unoccupied or underused space. You're generating income, you're generating jobs, and interestingly enough, the one thing I can tell you firsthand, having dealt with the Marijuana Regulatory Agency, they now have a different name, is that they are very strict, exceedingly strict in their oversight. And if there are people who do not operate in accordance with the rules in a way that's detrimental to the community, they're going to intervene. So, and this is not a final decision you're being asked here today. I guess I've reached my time. This is just a step to move forward, and I would urge this fine body to take that step and at least take the next step and decide then where it should lead. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one other slip, is yellow slip, specifically for the public hearing on the sidewalk maintenance question. And so you could speak at this time or wait until we have the public hearing to add your comments. Since it's only a yellow slip, I will then hold that for the public hearing. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the board at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 6 on our agenda, the Township Manager's Report.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I'm going to yield my time to ask Samantha Deal to come up real quick, our new communications manager who has an announcement to make. And I think I've said enough otherwise. So, Samantha?
Hi. I'm Samantha, the new communications manager, for those who don't know. And I just found out this week, or last week, that Home TV, the government access channel here in Meridian Township, was awarded the first place award in the NATOA Government Programming Awards for our coverage of township board meetings. So something that's pretty cool is we were up against the San Francisco and Los Angeles, both places with populations far greater than ours, and we came out on top. So very, very grateful for the recognition, but I want to give a lot of recognition to Brandy Yates, our former communications manager. She was invited up here tonight to speak, but she was unable to join, but also our interns, because without them, we wouldn't be doing this meeting. They're back in the control room right now, so I promise they're here. They'll be out a little bit later, but yeah, just very grateful for the community support, your support, and just to be recognized. So, yeah.
Thank you. Samantha, if you would come back for a minute. First, congratulations
Thank
to
you.
you and the staff of the communications unit. I didn't catch your last name.
Deal.
D-I-E-H-L?
Yep.
And your new position?
Communications manager.
Congratulations. And NATOA? Mm-hmm. What is that?
So that is the National Association of Telecommunications Officers and Advisors. So a lot of other, so the other cities and municipalities that like entered were from, also had government access channels. So, yeah.
Thank you for bringing us that good news, and congratulations.
Thank
again.
you.
Item 7 on our agenda, board member reports of activities and announcements. Treasurer DeShane.
Thank you, Supervisor. Real briefly, update on what I've been up to as treasurer. On the 17th, I attended the CATA board meeting as well as our ZBA meeting. On the 18th was the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority meeting. On the 31st, I attended the Mob the Block event organized by Dr. Clark, which was meant to promote businesses impacted by the road construction. It's a successful event, and the businesses very much appreciated it. The first was the Economic Development Corporation meeting. I'm doing an announcement for September 17th, a week from Saturday. It's our Meridian Service Day. It's a combined effort of the Rotary, Kiwanis, Optimist, and some scout troops and others to really give back to our great park system. It'll be right here at the Historical Village, runs from 9 to 4. You can come for a morning shift or an afternoon shift. A lunch will be provided. If you love our parks and our village, come on out, lend a hand on Saturday, September 17th. Thank you.
The times?
9 to 4.
9 to 4. Thank you. Other board members?
We have the block too. And it was really fun.
All right. Trustee Wizinski.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just one announcement from Environmental Commission. We have a Regional Electronics Recycling Day, I believe October 8th, 2022, from 9 till 1. Takes all kinds of electronics, TVs, radios, phones, no batteries. I can't see the rest of these. No light bulbs and no appliances.
And no appliances.
Thank you.
Okay.
And TVs cost. Oh, and TVs do have an extra cost. Thank you. $20.
$20. All right. Other board members. Clerk Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I just want to congratulate Zach on being our new assistant to the clerk. We're excited to have him in this new role and look forward to working with him in that capacity. He's done a lot of work with the county and with other communities, trying to upgrade some of our forms and some of the things that we do internally. So we're excited to have him continue in a greater capacity in that fashion. He and I and some other staff members participated in the recount. The recount was conducted by the county clerk, and I spoke with her today, and she said that the results, the official results of the recount, will be on the county website 7 days after when the recount was, which was last Thursday, I believe. So, and then I was hoping that Ms. Page and Mr. Richards would stay. I just wanted to let the community know that we did have some administrative types of issues with elections. It was very disappointing. I can't sugarcoat that there weren't some issues that happened, but there were. And so there were several things that we're doing to move in the right direction, including working with the county clerk's office to retrain all of our staff and retrain our election inspectors and get recertified. As I mentioned earlier, we appointed a new deputy clerk, and we are also adopting new AV and receiving board processing methods, including retraining. I think that was a bulk of where some of our issues was with the receiving board team. And we are working with Delhi Township. Actually, we're going over there to see how they do their processing, just hopefully to get some tips, better processing for us, and so we're looking forward to that. The other thing I want to say is that we've had a lot of voters coming into the office who are confused because there are several organizations, nonprofit groups, the county who has sent applications to voters to register to vote, applications for an absentee ballot, to get an absentee ballot. I had one voter who came in who had a pre-filled application for registration from a third-party organization, and it had his middle name as his first name and had some of his information wrong, and it was pre-printed for him, and he was very confused. So we've been very busy at the front desk at the township with questions from voters. So I want voters, if there's any voters out there, you can check your voter information on the state website. All you have to do is, type in Michigan Voter Information Center, and it'll pop up, and you can look at your registration information, see where you live. You can see if your application for an absentee ballot was received by us. You can see if we've sent you an application for an absentee ballot. You can see if an absentee ballot was sent to you. There's a ton of information on there, but you can come here if you want to, you can drive here if you want to, but if you want to save gas money, you can go look online at any time, but we're more than willing to help. And then I apologize for my throat being scratchy. We were doing karaoke at my brother's over the weekend at his house up in Gaylord, so I hope everyone had a good Labor Day weekend like I did.
Thank you. Other board members? Comments, announcements? Then we'll move on to item 8. We have a fairly full agenda tonight, so I'm looking for approval of the agenda. Motion to approve the agenda. Trustee Wazinski.
I move to approve the agenda as attached.
All right.
Presented.
Support.
Trustee Wilson supports the motion.
And Wilson, right?
Trustee Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I wonder, since we had a couple of members of the public who were here for the special assessment district, if we might move that ahead of the budget hearing, simply to give them an opportunity, if that's what they're here for, to hear that, so they don't get caught behind what may be a lengthy discussion on the budget.
I would support that.
So it's been moved and supported that we move item 11D to item 11C and item C to D.
Yes, thank you.
Are there other comments or ideas about that motion? All right, I think I might need a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Lemaster?
Supervisor Jackson?
Yes.
Clerk Guthrie?
Yes.
Treasurer DeShane?
Yes.
Trustee Hendrickson?
Yes.
Trustee Sundlin?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
All right. So now I still need a motion to approve the amended agenda. Right? Trustee Wazinski has moved that motion already.
Support.
Supported by Trustee Wilson. Other comments? All in favor of that motion? I don't need a roll call at this point. No. All in favor of that motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. The chair votes yes. Opposed, no. And the motion, the agenda is approved. We now move to the consent agenda. Trustee Hendrickson.
I move the consent agenda as presented.
Support.
Support by Trustee Wilson. I would note for the public's information that on our consent agenda are our typical communications, minutes of our regular meeting of August 4, 2022 and August 15, 2022, and the approval of our support for a charitable gaming license for Okemos football, youth football. Further comments? Trustee Wazinski.
Thank you, Supervisor. We have some representatives here from the boosters that I know came and may have a few things to say and kind of go over how the 50C3 works and why it's important to the football club.
Well, that's kind of out of order. I wish we had done that earlier.
It doesn't look like they want to anyway.
Okay, so since we're kind of well along in the order, I hope that if you would join us at the end of the meeting to add that information to our record, if you would. Thank you. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda. All in favor of the motion? Mr. Lemaster, I need oh, that's right. I do have instructions to have a roll call vote. Mr. Lemaster.
Clerk Guthrie?
Yes.
Treasurer DeShane?
Yes.
Trustee Hendrickson?
Yes.
Trustee Sundlin?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski?
Yes.
Supervisor Jackson?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. All right. We have no questions for the attorney, which is item 10. We now come to our hearings. We have 4 tonight. We've just changed the order of the last 2. And so we will start at this point with item 11A, Hazard Village Square Commercial Rehabilitation Act. And Director Clark will open our hearing with presentation and explanation on what that issue is.
Absolutely. So, good evening, members of the board and the public. Tonight's public hearing for the Hazlet Village Square Commercial Rehabilitation application is before us. So this is essentially kind of a part 2 of the CRA Commercial Rehabilitation Exemption that you've applied. So as a recap, I do have a typo in the memo and as well as on the resolution. It was August 4th that the board met and adopted the Commercial Rehabilitation District, and that's Hazlet, Village Square, District Number 1. And that comprises 1655 and 1621 Hazlet Village Square, or Hazlet Road. As the established district is set, we got the approval from the county commission. Well, not really approval, but they show support through resolution from the county commissioners. And so we are halfway there. We received an application from the developers that have the approved MUPUD, the mixed-use, horizontal mixed-use multifamily project as proposed to the board. And so this is the application that comes forward with the exemption. As a part of this process, we also hold a public hearing to receive public comment on the application portion of the exemption. The application exemption is 10 years on the property, as we previously spoke to you about. It would release the taxes, so the idea is it will be a tax freeze. So the amount that is currently coming into the township as it stands would continue to be the payment that the developers would give to the township over the next 10 years. At the end of the 10 years, it would be as if they purchased the property in 2032, and that on caps. You know, this property has been held by the same ownership for over 40 years, and so that helps the developer get through the rest of the construction of the project. The exemption is on the buildings, so it's the value of the buildings. The value of the land will increase over the 10 years. I've included in the packet the application. We did submit it to our township assessor to get the correct taxable values and state equalized values. No action has been taken on the property, as you know, so that's just the 19.5 remaining acres on the property. And there's a narrative included which kind of depicts the MUPUD that was approved by the township. If the board, so after this public hearing, if the board should approve and adopt the resolution, we will submit all of that as a packet to the State Tax Commission. They will review all of the elements, and should we meet all of the demands, which I believe that we do, specifically the resolution, the establishment of the district, the application, and that resolution attached to those, so 2 resolutions, and the district application, we should receive, the developer would receive the exemption. That would start immediately this year in 2022. So opening the public hearing for comment on that.
Okay. So I think I guess I need to open the public hearing officially. We'll set the time at 7:11. Are there members of the public who would like to speak to this issue at this time? Including the applicants.
Well, I'm going
Sorry. I don't think anybody else is going to say anything.
I'm Dave Van Haren. I'm with Tri-Terra Environmental. I'll be speaking on the next public hearing as well for the Brownfield plan. But a little bit on the proposal for the tax abatement. It is for an up to 10-year abatement, and that's what we're requesting is a 10-year. It does freeze the taxable value of the buildings for that 10 years on the local millage. It does not affect the state millage, which is then going to be layered with the Brownfield plan and the capture of the state millages. But I'll get into more detail on the Brownfield plan portion, but both, you know, the Brownfield plan and the abatement through this Public Act 210 Commercial Rehabilitation Act is critical to the success of this project. A lot of work went into it with the Brownfield Authority and staff on the project itself and the total investment and the, you know, not only the value of the Brownfield plan, but more importantly, the value of this commercial rehab abatement and to make this project successful. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there others who would like to speak to the application for CRA in Meridian Township? Clerk Guthrie, we had several late applications to letters relative to this issue in our communications, is that correct?
We had, yeah, anyone who submitted communications for any of the public hearings between the time that we published the packet and tonight will be included as part of the public hearing.
Okay, in the record.
Yep, in the record, in the official record, correct.
All right. Anyone else? Then we'll close the public hearing at, what's that, 7:14? And we'll move on then to our second public hearing, which is 1621 and 1655 Hazard Road, the Brownfield Plan. Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Supervisor, thank you very much.
Let me open the public hearing then at 7:14? Please continue.
Thank you. The request in front of you this evening is the public hearing portion of the request for a brownfield covering the same site that we just spoke about with the CRA. Under state enabling legislation, a public hearing is required to be held. In the case of Meridian Township, the Township Board has taken that role rather than at the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. The Meridian Township Brownfield Redevelopment Authority has reviewed this plan and has made a positive recommendation on the plan to you this evening. So in brief, the plan is an 11-year plan. Under state enabling legislation, max is 35 years. This is well short of that. Total reimbursement is $2.78 million. The developer, $2.44 million of that. The state Brownfield Redevelopment Fund will get $315,000. The local Brownfield Redevelopment Fund will get about $13,000, and there'll be about $13,000 for local administration. This plan of importance is the first plan we've had in Meridian Township that will capture both state and local dollars. So this will have to go to the state for review and approval. But the key here is that 89% of the capture that's happening under this plan is occurring from state dollars. So there's only 11% local capture, and it is very backloaded. So what will happen under this plan in conjunction with the CRA that we've discussed, if both are approved, functionally there'll be a limited amount of local capture for years 1 through 10. And then in year 11, when the CRA expires, the brownfield will pay off functionally what is ever left for reimbursable costs under the brownfield. If there are still eligible costs. There's always the potential, as with any plan, that the costs are paid off early and the plan is terminated early. Because as with any brownfield plan, you cannot exceed the eligible costs that are listed here. So for this plan, that $2.78 million, you have essentially 4 pieces to that. There is the administrative planning, assessment, paperwork side of things, the soft costs, if you will. You have the soil management and disposal to actually get the contamination out of the ground. And as Mr. Van Haren can explain further, this is a unique situation in that they have believe they have identified everything and will be able to remove the entirety of the contaminated soils in this case. That is not always the case. And then the 2 substantial costs are the actual demolition of the structures and the asbestos and lead abatement in the existing buildings before the demo. Debt is not captured under this plan, so the 3 debt millages that exist will continue to receive their share of the taxes as it goes up. The plan is phased in over 7 years, so phased in based on how they're planning to construct it. So instead of the taxable value going all the way to the top, it slowly will ramp in. And they're only assuming a 1% background growth, which is very conservative. So we're not assuming we're not making a huge assumption that the underlying values are going to jump year over year. It's just going to be a nice, smooth, steady growth. The Assessor Winstead has reviewed the base taxable values and the projections and has raised no major concerns, and staff has reviewed the plan and has raised no major concerns. At this time, the public hearing is being held. The next step will be not earlier than 10 days after this public hearing, so it has to be at a future meeting. The board will be asked to make a determination on the actual public purpose of the plan, and that is functionally what will be approved to approve this brownfield plan. The board will make a determination that it does have a public purpose as indicated under the act, and that it meets the technical requirements for a brownfield plan to go forward. If that happens, the plan will then go to the state for approval. We will also they have to work on an Act 381 work plan. They have to do a reimbursement agreement. There's a lot of more paperwork to happen behind the scenes, but that will be the end of the forward-facing piece for the Township Board. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and again, Mr. Van Haren is here to speak to the technical nature of the plan as well.
Okay.
Thank you. I think the only thing I can really add, that was a great summary right there of the entire plan. The total project is $60 million in total investment. Will include 289 units, residential units. The brownfield activities that are proposed as part of this plan includes demolition and asbestos abatement. All of the buildings except for one will be completely removed. The remaining building, the former video store, the church, that's going to be renovated into a community hub to support the project. The significant costs associated with our lead and asbestos abatement, the demolition costs, and then there was, you're all very familiar, I'm sure, with there was the former laundromat, the coin laundry, but adjacent to that, there was a suite for a very brief period of time in the 80s that was operated or set up and briefly operated as a dry cleaning operation. There has been some contamination identified underneath that building from that former dry cleaner. It's a chlorinated solvent called perchloroethylene. It's a toxic chemical that we feel that the release was, compared to other sites, a moderate to low to moderate release, that we are proposing to remove that contamination, because what that can cause is vapors coming off of that, and there's going to be a building situated on top of that. One measure that we employ on a regular basis is called a vapor mitigation system, which is like a radon venting system that you might see at your home. We are proposing to remove this contamination in lieu of and to mitigate the need for this vapor mitigation system. So that would, and part of that removal will include, we're going to excavate and haul off that soil and properly dispose of that, and then sample the excavation limits to make sure that we've gotten it all removed, or at least to a level where we don't have to worry about any kind of vapors. So that's a unique component to this project. Again, it's the overall request is $2.4 million. Of the $2.7 million, $2.4 million is estimated for reimbursement to the developer for those costs. And again, this will be layered in conjunction with the proposed tax abatement. Again, my name is Dave Van Haren. I'm with Tri-Terra, and I also have the developers here with me in case you have any other questions. So, thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Then we will close this public hearing and move on to item 11C, the 2022 order to maintain SAD number 20. Mr. Opsimer.
Were you going to open the public hearing, Madam Supervisor?
Yes, I will. I think it's about 7:02. I'm sorry, 7:22. We'll open the hearing, and Mr. Opsimer will give us lots of needed information.
Yes, so just as a reminder to the board, the Order to Maintain is a program that we established back in 1999. So this is a proactive annual process that we go through to make sure that our sidewalks are in good order. Just to remind the board, pathways are funded through the pathway millage. Those are found on our county primary roads, Okemos, Lake Lansing, Marsh, etc. The impetus for township-wide millage for those pedestrian facilities is that everyone utilizes those due to the roadways that they are located on, whereas the order to maintain focuses exclusively on sidewalks within neighborhoods. We rotate through the neighborhoods, and so this year we are working in the neighborhoods listed in your board memo. So Briarwood 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 11, 12, Chippewa Woods, number 2, Ember Oaks, Heritage Hills 2, 3, and 4, Hidden Valley 2, 3, and 4, Hillbrook Park 1 and 2, Kenowa View 2 and 4, Okemos Square, Sanctuary, Sunwind Estates, and Wood Valley. So those are the neighborhoods that we went out and inspected this year. So we do a walkthrough. Our engineering staff will walk the neighborhood. So they'll walk every linear section of sidewalk. And what they're looking for are two things. They're looking to see if there is a heaving in the slabs to produce a half-inch or greater trip hazard between those slabs, or they're looking for a crack that is a 1/4 inch or greater in size. So those are the two things that cause you to land onto the order to maintain. Most properties, on average, there's less than one slab per parcel, right? If you look at the sidewalk list relative to the size of the parcels contained in these neighborhoods. But for the parcels that do have a slab or two identified, they did receive a notice after the board adopted resolutions 1 and 2, and that's why we have received some input from residents. Just a reminder that residents do have a couple of options at their disposal. One, they can contract this work out themselves. And I would say in this climate, they would probably get better rates if they went out and got 3 or 4 quotes than what the township has, by and large due to the fact that we have to work with larger contractors due to the nature of our work. We do not hire a contractor exclusively for this program. We hire concrete contractors for all of our work on an annual basis. So that encompasses the local road program, the pathway system, could encompass our parking lots and our internal facilities, as well as the order to maintain. So you will get better rates if you go out and contract with some of the smaller contractors. And so we do encourage residents to do that, and we can provide them with the specifications. They also have up to 5 years to pay it. It is 5% interest to the revolving fund if they choose to pay it over the 5 years, or even over the 2 or 3 or 4 years. So there's flexibility in their payment structure, and nobody will have to pay until next summer when the special assessments go out in June. So no payment is due, but the work will occur this fall. The predominant reason why we're hearing from many residents is that we have a lot of slabs, it just turned out this year, were located near the property lines. And so on our initial inspection, we did not have time to identify every property boundary and identify which specific parcel they apply to. And so predominantly the feedback that we've gotten thus far is people wondering why they're on the special assessment, because they see the slabs are X'd and marked, and they're contacting us because it's not on their property. Most of the residents that have contacted us, we have gone out and inspected. A few other residents that I just spoke to, we will go out and inspect in the morning. But we have to put both properties on to make sure that they get their legal notice. So they may not end up with an assessment, they may not be part of the final roll. But for the purposes of getting that notice out, we did need to include both properties when there was a question of which property owned those slabs. That is, for the most part, an overview of the program. We are being proactive and responsive with all the residents who have contacted us. And so far, everyone's questions have been answered satisfactory. Happy to answer any questions the board has, and I'll leave you to your hearing.
Okay. Now, at this time, I do have a yellow card pertaining to this issue from Carol Payne. She left. All right. Is there someone else that would like to speak to this issue? Okay. I think one conclusion, Mr. Officer, would be to contact your office.
Yes, we would encourage any residents who are watching.
Individual questions.
Yep. And they can,
about their inclusion on the roll.
absolutely. And they can email us at dpw@meridian.mi.gov. And the notice that they received in the mail does have the email address in the top right-hand corner. So if you pull your notice out from home, if you're listening and wondering what this program is all about, please give us an email, and we are happy to answer any and all questions that they have.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So if there's no one else who wishes to speak to this issue, item 11C, we will close this public hearing at, I guess that's the 7:27, and move on to what is now item 11D, the 2023 Township Budget. Mr. Walsh.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Supervisor.
I'll open the public hearing at 7:28.
I really don't have anything else to offer. I've tried to cover that all in the half-hour presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Is there anyone in the public who would like to raise questions or comment? Then we'll allow board questions and comments at this time. Please.
Quick question.
Yes.
It's it's on for discussion as well?
Yes.
So is this the appropriate time, or?
Mr. Walsh has indicated he's prepared to answer questions if there are any.
Whatever, however the board wants to handle it. Your process is totally up to you.
We can start our discussion with questions at this time, if you like. We've all expected that it would take quite a bit of time to get through this, so we can start with questions at this time. Trustee Wilson.
I don't think it's as much questions as we have comments. And so we may want to defer those to the discussion.
Okay.
And that's what I have to offer, are some comments.
Okay. I think I'm seeing consent on that issue. Mr. Walsh, we'll see you in the next section. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to comment on the proposed township budget for 2023? Seeing none, we'll close this public hearing at 7:30. On our agenda now is the action items. 12A has to do with hours of exemption for Okemos Road Transition Main. Mr. Opsomer.
Good evening, Supervisor Jackson and board members. Yeah, so this item comes to you from Elmswa. Elmswa is working on a project currently between Hazlitt Road and Lake Lansing Road on Okemos Road. So this is work occurring on the east side of Okemos Road. Between Hazlitt and Lake Lansing, we are putting in a new raw water main. So this is taking well water or raw untreated water from the wells and transporting it to the plant for treatment. We are doing the project utilizing underground boring, and part of that is what's called a pullback, where you pull the actual pipe through the bore cavity from the drill, and they have to do the pullbacks immediately. A lot of the factors involved are the soil density, and they don't want to leave it where there could be a cave-in of the drill bore, and so they do need to perform work after the hours of 7 p.m. in limited instances where they encounter some issues. Usually they're not going to start a bore unless they can complete it, but occasionally they will hit a rock or something else in the soil, and it could cause an issue that they have to work through. But they do need to perform the pullback and pull that pipe through before they can complete their work for the day. So we were just asking for a narrow exemption only for pullbacks. The motion in your packet only pertains to the pullbacks, where we pull that pipe back through the bore.
Question.
Trustee Wilson.
So is there any cap on this period of time? Because the residences there are very close to the road.
There is no current cap, but if they do work late, they would I will have Elmswood contact me and the contractor. Levitt and Stark is actually our emergency contractor for DPW. They are the general contractor on this project for Elmswood. So we know how to get a hold of Tom, and if there are issues like that, we will certainly be communicating to the residents.
That's important along
Yep.
that stretch.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's townhomes in the Lake of the Hills area. I believe those townhomes on Okemos Road specifically are their own association and unique to Lake of the Hills, but generally speaking, that is the area in question. So if there are circumstances, we will be sure to make the contractor or someone else will go out and go door to door to explain ahead of time.
Do we have any idea how late they might bore?
I mean, they're not going to start a bore late in the day, but it really just kind of depends on the circumstances. If they hit, if they start hitting some rocks where somehow their drill head gets past, but then on the pullback, they're encountering friction and they can't get the pullback to work, it kind of depends on the circumstances involved.
Could I ask how frequently you expect this activity to take place?
Only 2 or 3 days, I believe.
Okay.
They do long segments when they do it.
Good, thank you.
Treasurer DeShane.
So this can commence at any time then, once this motion has been passed?
Yeah. It's frankly, it's probably gonna happen with or without, and the contractor's probably gonna violate our ordinance regardless because of the circumstances of the project, but I am bringing it to the board, and we've had a discussion with them about proper customer service and treatment of residents. So that was made very clear at the pre-construction meeting from the outset.
Thank you
But
for
this was
your candor.
identified immediately, and it's a very significant challenge with a project like this. The alternative would be that we trench, and their front yards are torn up all summer. Well, late summer and most of the fall. The alternative is not rosy either.
I'm going to make the motion. I move to waive Section 58-84, subsection 4 in our Code of Ordinances to permit the East Lansing Meridian Water and Sewer Authority and its subcontractors working on the Okemos Road Transmission Main Project to conduct pullbacks between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday until December 15th, 2022.
I'll support.
Trustee Wazinski supports the motion. Would you have
No further
additional
comments.
Trustee
One
Wazinski.
question for Assistant Manager. So it says here, working on Okemos Road Transmission Main Project to conduct pullbacks between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. That's only in emergency situations, correct? So that's not going to be every day activity?
Yeah, this is not a daily activity. They're going to start the pullback with the intention of, if things go according to plan or close to according to plan, they're going to be able to perform the pullback by 7 p.m., and they won't have to work past it. What we might have happen is they might have to work until, say, 9 or 10. Technically, legally, our ordinance does allow you to work until 9 p.m. However, there's a decibel volume that you can't reach on the nearest adjacent property. Our ordinance doesn't really specify where you take that measurement from. Hypothetically, you could take it from right next to their drill, or you could take it from like the front porch of one of the townhomes. Would probably be more in the spirit of the ordinance, but we're likely looking at them working during hours where construction would be permitted. And when they're having trouble getting through, if the drill isn't operating, they're not going to be making too much noise out there. So if they hit some kind of obstruction, there's not going to be noise during that. It's only when they're going to be pulling the drill back.
And it says here between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Aren't those regular hours? Should it be flipped?
It's waiving
7
it.
p.m. to 7.
Oh, it's waiving it. I'm sorry. Thank you. Proceed.
Okay. Trustee Hendrickson?
Yeah, I actually had the same question as Trustee Wazinski. The wording of the motion is a little obtuse, so I just wanted to clarify that indeed the action that the board is taking will allow them to do this work after 7 p.m. and between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. if needed until December 15th. I see how it might have been construed that way when the motion was created, but I just wanted to clarify for the record, that was indeed what we were looking to do.
Yeah, I suppose it should say 7 p.m. through 7 a.m. to rephrase it. If someone wants to read it with a corrected amendment there, that would be appreciated.
That would be more accurate.
So, do you want to make your own amendment to your
I'll
own
you go
motion?
amend it.
Okay, so we're amending it to read that we move to waive Section 50-84, subsection 4 in our Code of Ordinances to permit the East Lansing Meridian Water and Sewer Authority and its contractor working on the Okemos Road Transmission Main Project to conduct pullbacks between the hours of 7 p.m. through 7 a.m., Monday through Friday, until December 15, 2022.
Do you support that? All right. Other questions, comments? Then we are ready for the vote. The motion is to waive a section of the Code of Ordinance to permit work and extended hours. All in favor of the motion, please say yes.
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 Opposed, no. The chair votes yes, and the motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Lemaster, should that have been a roll call vote?
So you actually should have voted on the amendment first.
First, and then the motion?
Yes.
Okay. So let's...
So did we just vote on the amendment?
We voted on the amendment.
We voted on the amendment. So now we will vote on the motion, original motion.
As amended.
As amended by by Treasurer DeShane, and that too was seconded by Trustee Wazinski. Mr. Opsman.
Yeah, and there's no financial matter involved here, so a voice vote is perfectly fine.
Right. Okay. Any other comments, corrections? All in favor of the amended motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. The chair votes yes as well. That motion passes, I presume. Then we move now to Election Commission location recommendation, item 12B. Clerk Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. We had moved the polling locations out of the school districts, out of their buildings, at the request of the school superintendents. This was something that they had wanted to do for a long time. And so we moved to those polling locations, and they all received favorable feedback from the voters who voted at the polls and from the chairs and the election inspectors who were at the polling locations, except for one location on Hamilton Road, Church of the Nazarene. One of the two major issues with that location is that there's only one drive to allow someone to go in and out of that location. So if there were an emergency vehicle needing to come in and there was a car coming out, that would pose a problem. It caused traffic backups along Hamilton Road for voters trying to get into this voting location. I thought that we would have had some traffic backups on Adobe. Maybe we did, but people are so used to it right now that it wasn't really an issue for the precincts that were at Faith Lutheran and Adobe. So the election commission met. The election commission consists of myself and Trustee Wazinski and Trustee Sunland, and we made a recommendation to send this to the board. This does have to have board approval for the board to move Precinct 9 polling location from out of Church of the Nazarene and to Faith Lutheran. We do have two other locations at Faith Lutheran. Both are located In the lower level, there is an elevator. It does address the accessibility needs and requirements, so it meets ADA compliance. And so this third location would go in the upper level. The elevator goes to the lower level and the upper level as well. And there's plenty of space. The second issue that we had with Church of the Nazarene was the space inside was fairly confined. There was not a lot of room, so I couldn't see how voters would be able to vote there for a general election. I did pull up some numbers just so you would know how many voters we had voting at the polls on election day. Those three precincts, precincts 7, 8, and 9, if they were all three to be at Faith Lutheran, we had around 750 voters on election day. On August 2nd, go to the polls, and about 1,400 of them were AV voters. So I don't see an issue with parking space or any capacity issues. So that was a recommendation that was made by the Election Commission and the motion before you. So I don't know if there's any questions about that. Or
Questions, comments from other election commissioners? Trustee Wilson.
Move to adopt the following resolution to move Precinct 9 polling location from Church of the Nazarene to Faith Lutheran Church located at 4515 Dobie Road, Okemos, Michigan, 48864, and direct the clerk to mail new voter ID cards to each voter in Precinct 9 affected by the precinct reassignment.
Support.
Supported, that was Trustee Henderson. All right. Further comments? Trustee Wilson, Henderson, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I guess I just had one question to the clerk, and I appreciate you. I think you mostly answered it in your comments. What is do you know what a ballpark of the number of parking spaces that are at that location?
Just would ask me that. I can get you that answer. I can get you that answer later.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sure it's fine. We've seen a lot more people choose to vote by absentee ballot, and I'm sure that'll continue. And with the number of precincts that we have in this township, we've got it split out enough that we shouldn't be overloaded at any one precinct. But when we get 3 or so in a location, you just got to make sure. But we've gotten creative before, so I support this. I'm looking forward to making this change so that we have a suitable polling location that meets all of the requirements, and I think it's a job well done here.
Treasurer DeShane.
I too support this. Did I hear your numbers correctly that we had about 750 in person and about 1,500 AV? So right now we're still 2 out of every 3 votes being cast are absentee ballot or mail-in ballots, correct?
Correct.
Which is pretty much the trend we saw in 2020, correct? It's held through 2022. All right, thank you.
All right. Any other comments? The motion is to move Precinct 9 polling location. All in favor of the motion, please say yes.
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 Chair votes yes. Opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Lemaster? Thank you. The next item on our agenda, 12C, is the 2022 order to maintain SAD number 20, resolution number 3. Mr. Opsimer.
Good evening again, Supervisor Jackson and board members. I think I've said all that can be said on the order to maintain this evening. Unless you have any further questions, we will continue to work diligently with residents who have questions about their notice.
Could you just go over what resolution number 3 accomplishes
Yes, let me get to
specifically in this
that
process?
area. Hold on real quick while I flip back to that item.
think we all need to get back to it. Page 244, if anybody's interested.
So this will direct us to continue with the second draft of the special assessment rule, which will be brought back to you for Resolution 4, and it will further determine that we will send out the notices to the property owners indicating that they have 20 days to replace or make safe the defective sidewalks. We are allowing residents just to contact us and give us notice that they intend to do that, and we will hold off on having our contractor perform that work for the time being, recognizing that not everyone is going to be able to secure a contractor within the 20-day time frame, especially given the very difficult shortage of contractors this year. It's not really a shortage of contractors so much as it's an heavy increase in demand for contractors. So,
Trustee Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I move to approve the 2022 order to maintain sidewalk special assessment district number 20, resolution number 3, which approves repair and maintenance of sidewalk in portions of the following areas: Briarwood number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 9, number 11, number 12, Chippewa Woods number 2, Ember Oaks, Heritage Hills number 2, number 3, number 4, Hidden Valley number 2, number 3, number 4, Hillbrook Park number 1, number 2, Kinowa View number 2, number 4, Okemos Square Sanctuary, Sunwind Estates, and Wood Valley, which are located in sections 8, 10, 11, 12, 28, 20, 32, 33, 34, and 35, and to defray the cost by special assessment. Approves cost estimate of $25,850.12. Determines the special assessment district. Directs the making of an assessment roll and directs notices to be sent to property owners and indicating that they have 20 days to replace or make safe the defective sidewalk.
Support.
Supported by Trustee Wilson. Further comments, questions? Trustee Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I do have one follow-up question, which is, say that someone responds to the notice and says, we plan to perform this work ourselves. What happens if that doesn't happen?
So we would try to make follow-up contact with that resident. If they're unresponsive, ultimately we would, at some juncture this fall, do the work, and we'd give them a little bit of grace. We're not going to go in on day 21 and replace their slab, but we would give them a little bit of grace in time to do it, but ultimately we would replace the slabs if they choose not to communicate or do the work themselves, and then they would receive their special assessment next summer.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Historically, I will say that has not been a problem with this program. This program is largely non-controversial.
Okay.
This is not a drain assessment rule.
I have one question. I believe in this presentation, there were two sums for the work to be done. One, I think, was 25,000, and another was 72,000.
Where did you see the 72,000?
On what amounts to page 246. The board, number 2, the Township Board hereby approves the estimate of cost in the sum of $72,993.70.
Let me just make sure.
It's on the bottom of the page.
So actually, I would ask that you amend your motion. It looks like we did not update the memo or the motion in your packet to reflect the total. I believe that's actually last year's total. So the total actually should be $72,993.70. So thank you for catching that.
So with the chair's permission, I'd accept the change of the estimate and cost to $72,993.70 as a friendly amendment.
I support.
All right.
Good catch.
Any other comments, observations? So what we have now is an amended motion. We have not voted on the amendment, but it is basically a correction.
I think as a point of order, I don't think you don't have to vote if it's been accepted as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Then the motion before us is to approve the 2022 order to maintain sidewalk special assessment district number 20. This does require a roll call vote. Mr. Lemaster?
Treasurer DeShane?
Yes.
Trustee Hendrickson?
Yes.
Trustee Sundlin?
Yes.
Trustee Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski?
Yes.
Supervisor Jackson?
Yes.
Clerk Guthrie?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Item 12D, set hours for the 2022 trick-or-treating. Chief Plaga.
Madam Supervisor, board members, many communities around do change the days in which they have trick-or-treating and move them to the weekends. In the 27 years here at Meridian Township, we've always celebrated Halloween on October 31st and had trick-or-treating from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And that is what's in front of you today.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Wilson.
Move to authorize trick-or-treating on Monday, October 31st, 2022. Correction, please. From 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
I'll support.
Supported by Clerk Guthrie. All right. Further comments? Discussion? Trustee Hendrickson.
You're keeping me out late in a school night, Chief.
I'm truly sorry, but I'm a traditionalist. I think Halloween should be trick-or-treated on Halloween.
Thank you. I just want to comment, thank you for doing this. I know it seems like a small thing, but parents are planning and they want to know. And I know from being in the communications department, it was one of the biggest, most frequently asked questions that we got in October is when are the trick-or-treating hours. So nothing's too small or too big. I just appreciate you bringing this to us tonight.
We'd already had questions, so.
I bet.
And it's just August. All right, further comments, questions? The motion is to authorize trick-or-treating on October 31. All in favor of the motion, please say yes.
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 Chair votes yes. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief Plaga. We now move to board discussion items. Item 13A is the Hazard Village Square Commercial Rehabilitation Act. Ms. Director Clark is back.
I'm back.
Would you like to set up our discussion?
Absolutely. So we had the public hearing earlier about the commercial rehabilitation exemption application. And to take us back a little bit, and take us back a little bit even further, when I first moved to Meridian Township in 2015, by this time I was starting to hear all of the rumors about Horrocks and like what was going to happen at the Hazard Village Square and the view and the plan for the community. And so now to be able to actually be a part of the reimagining of the space, it's very kismet, I would say, and it's a lot of hard work, discussions that community planning director Schmidt and I have had with the developers since about May of last year of how do we integrate a good project that meets the community's needs, but is also a lucrative project and one that developers can put in a proposal and is an attracting piece to the community. We had several conversations, and we came up with the incentives for the CRA and the Brownfield. The Brownfield's been established in the community as a tax increment financing plan. We're using that in the 11-year plan that we will discuss tonight. And the CRA is at max a 10-year exemption, so that cannot be extended beyond the 10 years for any reason. And so tonight, I don't actually require any action. It is discussion of the board approving the resolution, approving the resolution for the application. And we submit that application, the resolution establishing the district, and the narrative describing the facility, what it's going to do for the community. We submit all of that to the State Tax Commission before October 31st. And we should be able to get an exemption applied to the property this year.
All right. So what we are left to discuss at this point is our support or not of the application for the CRA in the district that we've already established.
Correct.
Correct. Open for board comments, questions? Treasurer DeShane.
I have one question about the 10-year clock. Does it begin on the date, on the packet of, I think, 10/1/22, or does it begin at the end of the construction period?
It is December, what is that? Let me see if it's actually in the application. The certificate will say, I think it says December 30, 2032. So it has to end before the end of the 10 years.
So it does begin this year?
It does begin in 22 and then end before the end of the 10 years.
That was the answer I was hoping to hear, because that incentivized the developers to get busy, get this underway, get to their taxable value sooner rather than later. And hopefully we'll delay some of the many delays, we'll avoid some of the many delays we've seen with the other development project that hasn't yet broken ground. So thank you for that answer.
Correct. It's performance-based incentive, yeah.
Right. I'd like to ask if the 10, so the time frame for the exemption is up to 10 years. Was 10 years the request in the application?
Yes.
And is there some reasoning or support for that length of time, considering I believe the completion of the project is expected to occur several years before that?
Correct. So, and we have the developers here. When we initiated this conversation, working through the numbers of what is available through the Brownfield and the CRA, we believed that going after the 10-year exemption was the best. They also did have a longer phase development proposed with the MUPUD when we first came to concept. So that is an item for discussion if the board wanted to review the number of years for exemption. Limiting it to less than 10 years still gives us an allowance to make an extension, which cannot extend beyond 10 years.
I see. Okay.
Did you want to talk about it? Or?
Yeah, the only thing I want to add is with the 7-year phasing of the project, it is very important to have the full 10 years. And it is, as the project gets developed and theoretically the taxable value goes up, the value of that abatement goes up. So it was very important for us to request 10 years based on the phasing for this project.
Okay. Mr. Walsh?
Thank you. That's a really good question, and I wanted to make sure you're aware of all the conversations that took place. We had a discussion about the number of years and shortening it, but that was then coupled with a request for the Meridian Redevelopment Fund. And as you may recall, early on in this project, there was discussion about a contribution for the Redevelopment Fund, which could have been north of $1 million. And when we look at what we're looking at contributing to the Okemos project, which is, if you add up the DDA, TIF, and all of that, you're looking at over $10 million. And so when we looked at this development, we said, okay, CRA 10 years, but no redevelopment fund. That's how we negotiated. And so that's what we came out. So there were lots of negotiations that went on. Taking away the redevelopment fund was a piece of the puzzle.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, comments? Mr. Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. So I had one question relating to one of our communications we received in our packet this evening on this topic, which was what the ownership of the parcel and when that transfer of ownership happens versus who's making this application.
Yes.
I presume that we run these things through our lawyers and that they're signing off on the legality of the application as well as all the other components of this, yes?
It's not a typical requirement by policy of the Act to have it reviewed legally. by our lawyers or any other third party. We confirm with the assessor what the values are. Those are so the concrete information that we have to confirm is no action has been taken to develop or construct more than 6 months, and the actual values of the property as is, and that we're doing the 10-year extension. I think the question about ownership is valid. They included in the packet on the survey, you'll see a revised Exhibit A to the real estate sale agreement dated 2021 between LTG and the Lake Drive Group, which is the SP holding company. So there is some terms of agreement between the current property owner and the developer. I know that there is some terms of that, and when ownership would change, or when ownership powers will change from the current property owner to the developer, and so that they can take advantage of the exemption. So when we send it to the State Tax Commission, we will have to confirm that information as well, to say, obviously, because this exemption is going to be in that name. It will be in the name of the property owner. So.
Got it. So essentially what we're saying is, for our purposes, it doesn't matter until we send it to the state that the ownership is the actual applicant for this. So based on what I'm seeing here, they would essentially have to transition ownership by December 31st, 2022, in order to be in line with the beginning of the CRA.
More than likely, that would happen before that. We have demolition planned to happen in November, and so, of course, I think there are some terms between the property owner and the developer. I don't know exactly what those are, but there will be a time when the ownership changes, probably something to do with approvals from the Township Board.
Something tells me we're about to learn.
Yeah. Mike Bosgraf, 873 South Shore Drive. Represent the development team. Our purchase agreement is, the only contingency left is it's contingent upon Brownfield approval, and closing is 10 days following Brownfield approval.
Okay, thank you.
That answers the ownership question.
Thank you. That was all I had.
I think there were some other questions in the communication about the resolution itself. This is a template version that the state actually advises people to use, and there were a few of those clauses that have to be stated in a specific way. So I really would not touch the resolution so that it does get approved, because those are the questions that the state asks.
Okay. So, there don't seem to be any other questions. Would you just review for us where we go from here?
Sure. So at the next Township Board meeting, September 20th, I'll bring this back, and a good feeling from the board right now will be on for action. And so it could be discussed then to approve the resolution. It will be in its final form, the resolution at that point. It will have the correct date for when we established the Hazlitt Commercial District, which was August 4th. Many of the elements, besides that, that's actually the only thing that I think I'm going to edit and change. Everything else on the resolution will come back for the board for final adoption.
And that would be for approval of the application.
Approval of the application at that time, September 20th.
For the CRA.
Correct. And then I will get some signatures from the assessor and also from Clerk Guthrie, and I will assemble the packet. And then I can work with the clerk, because it does say that the clerk has to submit it, so I just want to be double check that we don't do this inappropriately, but we will submit that to the State Tax Commission and hopefully receive our approval.
Okay. Okay. So with no objections, can we move right into the discussion about the Brownfield process?
Sure.
And the next steps in that.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. So as we discussed previously, Brownfield for the project, about $2.78 million in total reimbursables, 2.4 to the developer, 89% of the capture from the state. So after the public hearing, as I mentioned previously, no sooner than 10 days, so it works out well at the next meeting. If there are no major concerns, we will bring this back for the board to make a determination on the public purpose. Public purpose is the main determination that is made on a brownfield to move it forward. If the board makes the determination that it meets the definition of public purpose, which conveniently is not in the Brownfield Redevelopment Financing Act. It's actually found in a different act that is referenced. Then, if it meets the technical requirements, which it does, or we wouldn't be here, the matter will be forwarded then on to the state for their review, given that it is capturing state dollars. I'd be happy to go into the nuts and bolts to any depth that you would like. As I mentioned, the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority has reviewed this and has recommended approval of it. And it is, it's a relatively straightforward plan as these things go, because it's a small amount, a relatively small amount, a relatively short period of time, and they are doing essentially 100% cleanup on the site.
Okay. Board members, questions, comments? Trustee Wilson.
Who does the final inspection after the brownfield is authorized and the work is done?
So
who's responsible?
I'm going to let Mr. Van Haren discuss a little bit of the environmental side. I can tell you what will happen from our perspective, that when they go to request reimbursement, they have to provide us with invoices and backup documentation showing that each of the eligible activities, that here's what was spent on eligible activity A, here's what was spent on eligible activity B. That'll be reviewed to make sure that it's both correct, that it is actually an eligible activity, and that B, it also then is within the budget that was previously approved. There is some flexibility there. If you're within sort of the environmental pot versus the administrative pot, you can go over in one area but a little bit under in another, but you can't shift pots around. But I would, if Mr. Van Haren can briefly speak to the process to verification that the environmental work is done properly.
Hello. Yes, upon adoption or approval of the Brownfield plan, there will be a reimbursement agreement. That is a legal agreement that does get prepared and reviewed by, the township attorney, and we recommend to our client they go through a legal review as well. That'll outline the terms and conditions for the reimbursement, and as part of that, so all demolition occurs, asbestos abatement, the environmental cleanup happens. We're on site to oversee a lot of that activity, at least the asbestos abatement and the environmental cleanup. And then, like I indicated before, we'll collect samples to verify that we've met the goals of the cleanup. But then part of that, we do a formal reimbursement request. So we submit, that reimbursement request includes all of the invoices, lien waivers, proof that all of the contractors have been paid. And then it'll include the verification sampling that we collected. Part of that reimbursement request, we as the, Tri-Terra as the brownfield consultant and environmental consultant, we make a statement in there that this will be part of the, I'm very familiar with your reimbursement agreement and the terms and conditions. We will make a statement that these activities have been performed and they have been performed in accordance with Section 13 of Act 381, which is the provisions outlining this whole brownfield process. So we do make that statement, that assertion, that these activities have been conducted in accordance with the Act, that they're eligible under the Act and eligible for reimbursement to the developer. So we document all of that and provide that petition or that request to the township.
Thank you. Anyone else? So, Mr. Schmidt, we should expect to see the brownfield plan before us for approval at our next meeting?
Yes, ma'am. We will, Madam Supervisor, we will bring both we'll try and keep the brownfield and the CRA together since they're functionally intertwined.
Okay. Trustee Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I was just, I had one comment and one question. The question is, when you are preparing the materials for the packet next time, if you would please include the MCL with the definition for public purpose, that would be extremely helpful, as I've not seen that definition yet, and something tells me that's going to come up. And the comment is that, in addition to, forget what we're doing here sometimes when we talk about these tax captures and whatnot. I was looking again through the brownfield plan, and the taxable value today of these two properties is $953,000. The taxable value at the end of this, as reported here, is just about $17 million. That's a huge increase, right? And it's a boon for the township to have this capture occur and to allocate this way. In addition to the actual benefit of the additional housing and mixed use that we've already approved in this site. So I just don't want to lose sight of the fact that, we're about to see a massive increase in change should this be approved at our next meeting. And that to me is tremendous. It's a huge investment in the Hazlet area, and I'm excited to move forward with this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is 13C, the 2023 Township Budget. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I would be happy to answer any questions that you have. I want to also, maybe you can't tell by the looks on some of the faces in this room, but we're in great financial shape. We should be very pleased where we're at. The work of the last 5 to 7 years has been amazing, what's going on. I want to especially thank Amanda Garber, our new finance director. No one will understand what we've been through the last 3 months. I know Supervisor Jackson and I had a lot of conversations about this, and I know you get it, but going from not having anyone to do the audit, not having anyone to do the budget, and then Amanda steps in with Bernie, our accountant, and all of our team, and then at the end of all this and compiling it, then the person who compiles it got COVID and was out, so then Melissa steps in and makes all the budgets and everything, and then it's just one thing after another. But I'm really pleased where we're at and be happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. In speaking for the board, I too would like to thank all of you for, I understand what kinds of circumstances you've been working under, and I am impressed with your product. And so, but we are now ready for the board to talk about budget, 2023 budget proposal.
I'll get us
Trustee
kicked
Henderson.
off. So, first of all, I wanted to echo what Supervisor Jackson had mentioned, both to the manager, to Ms. Garber, and to the other department heads who have all, I'm sure, spent a lot of time and effort working on the creation of this document that we have before us. A special thanks to Manager Walsh also for indulging my many, many questions that I had shared with him ahead of time so that I could not have this meeting take hours and hours longer than it needed to.
And also, just so you know, trustee, those were shared with all the other board members as well.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So there were just a couple of items that I wanted to touch on. I could sit here and laud the things that we're doing already, and that could certainly take up a full meeting's worth of time, right? We're in a very good financial state, which is not true of everyone in our line of work. And so I think that speaks to the good financial stewardship, not just in the creation of this budget, but also many that have preceded it, which certainly predated my time here.
We certainly want to hear tonight about what's not in it. What's not in the budget? What are your priorities that aren't in the budget? We know that a lot of them are, but what did we miss? That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So one of the items in specific that I think we're going to be hearing about a lot over the next few years, especially as some of our automakers in the United States transition to electric vehicles, is readiness for our township motor pool to make that transition itself. So Manager Walsh mentioned that he had passed my questions and answers along to other board members, but for the folks at home who have not heard this, my question was related to with what speed can we transition our motor pool to electric vehicles, understanding both the environmental benefits of doing that and the possible tax credits that we could hope to capture in the short term to prepare us for that through the the Inflation Reduction Act that was recently passed through Congress. So Manager Walsh, if you would, I know that we've got various tractor equipment on this list that's to be transitioned over in 2023. We've got the fire engine, which of course it's been coming for a long time, so I'm not holding on to any delusions for that. Also, police interceptors and a couple of SUVs or pickups for the water and sewer department. So what can you tell me about the feasibility of making that transition, both from an is it possible perspective and what would the cost differential be?
Yeah. So the question is, how do we become less reliable on gasoline, more reliable or more involved in electric vehicles? I don't really have a strong answer for you on that tonight, but if that's one of the priorities of the board, we did look at this a year and a half ago. We actually had Consumers Energy did a study. Remember, at the same time we were looking at the recycling center, we looked at electric vehicles, and I think it's time to share that. Well, it was before a couple of you, so we'll share that again with the board, and then let's, I know Supervisor Jackson's talked about some study sessions that we've gotten away from in the last 3 or 4 years, but the supervisor would like to bring those back where we have a special meeting 2 or 3 times a year and just talk about issues. And I think that's a strong issue for this board to get involved with. We should make that a subject of one of our study sessions. How do we do more? I know it would take a big leap because we'd have to create the charging stations. Where are those going to be? A big investment. The good news is that we have the resources to make that investment if that's something the board wants to do. I know that the Consumers Report came back that said a number of vehicles aren't even available, like patrol pursuit vehicles. We don't have anything electric available for that yet, but there are some vehicles that we could attempt to start to change over. So I'd be happy to make that work with the supervisor to maybe make that a priority for an upcoming study session.
Thank you. So the next thing that I wanted to ask about was the diversity, equity, and inclusion budget. So I see here that there's $30,000 budgeted in 2023, and I guess as a starting point, what of that $30,000 that was also budgeted this year have we spent? What was it spent on, and what's possible? Because I know there are a number of initiatives that I would like to see, and I know that a couple other board members also would like to see move forward, some of which were referenced in the budget summary, which I appreciate. But I just was curious how much of that $30,000 is generally spoken for on a year-to-year basis already.
Yeah, so we have $30,000 budgeted in 2022, which we've spent very little of. We had some training, but they didn't charge us for it. We had some training that cost very little, so we have most of that $30,000 available from 2022, and we have an additional $30,000 in 2023. So we have approximately $50,000 for the next years. But again, as this becomes more and more of a priority, first of all, we have a task force, and that task force I know includes the supervisor, I believe, and Trustee Wazinski. We've had some challenges meeting in the last 4 or 5 months. We got off track a little bit, and I will be the first to admit we need to get the train back on the tracks, and we plan to do that. Director Tehoff in HR and Director Melissa Massey, are going to chair internally working on this and direct attention to DEI. So we have 2 directors that will be involved in it. I have full faith in both of them. I know especially with Director Tehoff has experience in this area, but we need to get the task force re-engaged, because whatever we do DEI should come out of the task force as a recommendation to the full board, but it doesn't stop at $60,000. Again, I'm not an expert in this area, but I do know I'm putting two people who have showed a great deal of success in this township during their tenure here. I have full faith that them, along with myself, totally committed to it. I'm not an expert, but I can tell you I'm totally committed to it. I was totally committed to LGBT issues back in the 80s in high school. I'm still committed today. And that's how I became class president. On that issue alone was the treatment of young men back in high school. So it's important to me. And we don't have enough money budgeted for it. But when the task force determines what they want, what we're going to do, comes back to the board, if we need an extra $50,000, $100,000, whatever it is, to do what this board wants to do with DEI, we are fully ready to implement it. I don't know what that is this evening. I think you had better ideas than I did over the last week. In fact, what I put into the budget came from that discussion that we had. Again, not an expert, but more than willing to carry forward whatever the board and the task force come up with.
Okay. Thank you.
The $60,000 is just a starting point.
I had a suspicion. So the other question I had, and I apologize, I've been through this a few times and maybe I missed it. The expenditure for legal services, where does that come from?
Comes from two different areas in the budget, under the expenses in the front of the budget. I think it might be under administrative services or before that. There's one budget for general counsel, and then there's another budget for labor counsel. The good news is that the chunk of money that we put in for little tidbits that you can't put into a 162-page document, you should be able to get everything in. The money that we had set aside for negotiations for Labor Council, because we've been successful in our negotiations without council, there's going to be a chunk of money. Again, when I talk about some money to move to DEI, there's $40,000 in the budget for Labor Council that we're not going to spend this year, because we're really basically almost through 3 of the 4 contracts already, and with very limited labor attorneys. So there's 2 chunks of money. One's about $250,000, I think it is, for general counsel, and then there's $50,000 there for labor counsel. Again, it all depends on what sort of things come up on the legal end. Some of those things we draw upon ourselves, like the Winslow Trailer Park has taken a huge chunk. Marijuana has taken a big chunk. Prevailing wages, the IDE lawsuit up in the north. So I don't think, I read your note about changing the retainer, and I don't see where that's gonna, I don't know that will help us. We've been able to monitor our expenses here in the last few months rather well. But we get great service as well. So big chunk of money, though, that we're not expending in 2022 for labor.
Okay. And then I think I've got 2 more, and I'll leave off. So I think you mostly answered my question about the sewer fund, which was, we're seeing a modest increase, and I appreciate the perspective that you provided into other communities in the area in the sewer rates for our residents, our homeowners here. And it appears as though, and I think it is in fact the case, that when you look at the sewer fund for 2023, there is a deficit in place. Mm-hmm. My understanding was, from your response, was that that is mostly related to the increased cost of a replacement, a capital outlay for a lift station. And so while we are showing deficit in 23, this is not a typical position for us with the sewer fund, especially not given that the rates are increasing modestly.
It's not a structural deficit. We're fine. One thing I've learned in my career is don't shrink on the utilities. Maintain them, keep them up. If there's anything I've learned, that in public safety, and it's interesting that those take up 50% of our total budget. But no, we're not in a structural deficit position. We could eliminate one piece of equipment and we would be fine. Mm-hmm. And our fund balances are strong.
Okay. And then the last thing was more of an HR-related question. I know that there has been a push over the last, throughout your negotiating with the various bargaining units to set the new contract rates for the next, was it 5 years to come generally. I'm wondering, on a position-by-position basis, if someone were to believe or to know that, compared to other positions in other places, that a specific position needed to be reclassified to a different pay grade, what is the process at the township for going about and doing that?
They'd have to approach their union first and come forward with their union and request that. We don't have a process set up. It hasn't happened in the 10 years I've been here. But the challenge for us is that, we have 165 positions in the township, and credit to our HR department, we have 3 openings. So our retention and recruitment's not an issue at all. We're doing really, really well. And again, when you look at, I'm making $68,000 and they're making $73,000 over here in Ingham, somewhere else. Well, yeah, but do they have flex time? Do they have casual wear? Do they have an 8% increase coming for long-term employees? Do they fully pay your health care? Do they fully pay your HSA? So all those things go into play when we look at compensation. And I can tell you with the negotiations that we have ongoing, and I don't want to get too far into negotiations tonight, but I will tell you that we have a very equitable compensation plan that we've put out there. In fact, we've even, the bottom line is the unions, most of them have already agreed, and we came back and said, you know what? We're going to do something else. We're going to not make you wait. If you've been here 10 years and you're at the top of your level, and somebody, I don't want to get too far into it, but it's really inequitable that someone who's been here 20 years and they're hired in December, someone who's been here 7 years, they're both at the top of their scale. That person who's been here 7 years was hired in January. They get the 5% in January. Person who's been here 20 years waits a whole year. So what we've said is, if you're at the top of the scale, January 1, 5%, doesn't matter your anniversary date. We've done that. We didn't even need to do it. So, and again, that's in the budget. That's all in the budget. So I think we're doing really well with retention and recruitment.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And that's where I'll end for now. Thank you.
Trustee Wilson.
I have 2 areas that raise concern for me. The first is the community needs budget, which is budgeted for $11,000 for 2023, and was budgeted for 21, it was $38,000, and projected is at $15,000 for this year. For the last, our community specialist who works with individuals who have difficulties with paying rent, utilities, bus passes, those sorts of things, left 3rd week in July. And so I offered, because that's my background, to come in and help to mentor the new person and to do hands-on to work through this period.
And you don't know how much we appreciate that.
Well, I was happy to do it.
Yeah.
So we have found, however, how great the need is in this community to help our poor, because there's more of it than we actually know. And how this works is that we do not step in and pay a rent. We work as a community with other social service agencies to do twinning and tripling and bringing a little bit of money from the township to what a church may offer, or 2 churches may offer. We also give discounted bus passes. We work with consumers to put 30-day holds on and help people to avoid shut-off notices. I had a negotiation on Friday that was, how much do you have that you can put into your shut-off notice? Well, we'll match that. So we are very careful with our funding, and it is emergency funding. And we tell people, if we help you now, you cannot come back for a year. So I think it's a wonderful program that we have, that we offer here, that helps to level the playing field to a certain extent for those who just are have-nots or find themselves in extraordinarily difficult circumstances. So I do know that the budget for 2021, the amount of spending for 2021 was $38,000. So I'm going to ask the board whether they would consider perhaps $36,000, which would be $3,000 a month to help our individuals that need help in this community. My second area of note was the Community Development Building Division increase in fees. They say many of these fees went up 100%. We have a new fee, for instance, for construction bond for exterior residential construction that is refundable, but it's $2,500. I feel that these increases in fees may need to be reviewed because they're extraordinarily high, considering that, for instance, a fee for single-family, a re-siding of a building. So for a single-family home, the fee is going from $100 to $150, which seems reasonable. But any other structure, like a garage or something like that, has gone to $250. And I don't understand the logic of this, and I think it'd be great to kind of take a look at this again.
Okay, if you don't mind, I'd like to have Director Schmidt address that. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I can go through these in any detail. I'll cover the couple you mentioned. The bond, so this is something new that most communities have this in place. What we're functionally doing is we collect, in many cases, a lot more than that on the back end. So when we go to do a certificate of occupancy, if the sidewalk's not in, or the grass isn't growing, or the street tree isn't planted, but it's time to close on that house, we collect a bond for all that. What we're doing is functionally moving that to the front, so it's already in place. The builder can't push that off onto the homeowner, which is what happens in a lot of cases, and we're not going to give that back until it's done, instead of trying to chase money at the last minute because they need to close. And so this is something that a lot of communities have adopted because it just gets better compliance to get a project completed. I can tell you at least one of the home builders that we've talked to is all for this. They would much rather do this up front than have to play the game when they have a deadline the next day to get to closing.
Can I make a comment?
Please.
That makes sense to me from a new construction perspective, but does this also not apply to existing homeowners doing remodeling?
So it would have to be a major expansion. It would not be a remodel of the interior house. You'd be adding on to your house. So again, it'd be something where you'd be disturbing the ground or impacting a sidewalk or something of that nature, where there is a potential for you to need to finish that after you're already living in the structure.
It just seems burdensome to go from 0 to 2,500 for that, for an existing homeowner. I don't think we want to put more burden on our residential population that our fee structure has gone up significantly, and certainly in that case. I'd also like to comment on the annual renewal fee for rental housing. That currently is $100. And it's proposed that it be reduced to $30. What is the logic on that?
So this covers about a dozen properties, maybe 24 properties in the township that we functionally, that the people that bought the house, they've decided to maintain the rental license, but we never inspect it because it's not actually a rental. They live there, they have a PRE on it. They just don't want the license to lapse. So all that is them paying us a nominal fee to hit a button on the computer every year to renew it.
So that's only if an inspection is not required?
Yes, that is if it's more than a dozen, I'd be surprised.
Okay. Well, that's much clearer, I think, to our audience, because as a member of the homeowners board, we absolutely want to see that $100 fee on the limited number of rental properties in the neighborhood.
Yeah, so if you have an inspection, it's $150. That's the cost of an inspection and renewal now.
So maybe we could talk about these individual ones offline, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Yeah, would be happy to have that conversation with you. But
Thank you.
I can just tell you that last year when I started, I was working on budget within a couple months of starting. So we changed like 2 things last year. My whole staff had thing. I told them, hold it. Next year we'll get them all in, and this is what it is us trying to get up to speed and clarify and simplify as best we can.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Boy, it's great to have him on the team. Yeah, that would make great sense if you could meet together. I don't need to be involved, and then you could come to some and bring whatever your recommendations are after that conversation. If you could bring them back to the board or to us, and we can have those prepared. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
Treasurer DeShane.
Thank you. First of all, regarding the previous comment, I would support your idea of adding $3,000
Not 3,000.
per month.
Per month.
For our human services budget. That office does great work, and I know they leverage extensively outside money, but it's also good that they have a pot of money that can be there to match that money. And again, I want to thank you as a board member and fellow employee for your help mentoring our new human services director there. Thanks. You put in a lot of hours, and I know we can't pay you because you're a board member, but if we could, we certainly should, because you've been a great mentor for her.
Not necessary.
Regarding also talk about these license fees and building permits. I've heard from contractors, and their biggest frustration isn't our fees, it's the delays sometimes in getting things inspected. That because we share inspectors with other communities like East Lansing, they would probably pay more if they could get a quicker or guaranteed time for inspections. That's their real hang-up, is when there's delays, and sometimes that's outside of our control because we are sharing that with other communities. First of all, I want to thank Manager Walsh for this budget. I know you got more involved in it this year than you have past years with the leaving of our previous finance director, and thank Director Garber for her getting involved very quickly with this. Got thrown in the budget pool day one on about August 1st and putting together this very comprehensive budget. So thank you for the really good work. Overall, I support this budget. It does 3 things that I think are important. It keeps our commitment we made in 2017 to the police and fire millage that we put before the voters to pay down our MERS pensions. We said we were going to put in $1.5 million a year. We've done that, and we've taken on the lower growth rate with the MERS budget of 5% rather than 8%. We're paying a higher amount using the lower growth rate. We're being conservative, and that's the right thing to do. Secondly, it keeps our commitment we made when we put the 2019 road millage before our voters. We promised our voters we would improve or maintain all 150 miles of our roads, and we even put a number on it. We said we would raise our PASER rating up to an 8, and we're on track to do that. We've got 7 more years, and this budget moves us in that direction. I will say that I think that we want to be careful with our spending the rest of our American Rescue Plan funding, because roads are getting more expensive. They got more expensive this year, and they're going to get more expensive next year and the year after. And so we filled the gap for 2023, but we've got 6 more years after that to fix our roads. And I know because we just sold the bonds for the roads, we get a fixed amount a year, which is $4 million a year is what our budget allows for. And roads, $4 million today does not buy what it did 3 years ago. So roads are going to be more expensive, and we're going to have some budget holes to fix there. Also, the thing I'm probably the most excited about this budget is that it represents additional investment in our employees. The additional 5% step increase for long-term employees is really a game changer. What happens is that employees get here 10 years and there's no place for them to go, yet they are more valuable for us at 10 years than they were at 4 or 5 when they were taking those steps. And this fixes that problem. And I appreciate the foresight to bring this before us. We've made a lot of physical capital improvements in the township. We're buying fire trucks. We're buying our motor pool's never in better shape. We replaced the HVAC at $3 million here a couple of years back. A lot of capital improvements. This budget represents some human capital improvements. It really represents an investment in our most valuable township assets, which is our 163 employees. So I'm glad you brought this to us. We want to keep our employees. They're doing good work. They've been faithful to us throughout COVID. As you mentioned, we have very few turnovers. nothing exceptional, and we want to hold on to those employees. They do good work for the residents. We all succeed as the board members because we've got 163 employees behind us carrying out the work of the township every day. So for those reasons, I intend to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. One other thing you should know too, like if for instance, I'll use Ms. Bazinski as an example. I think you were hired on May 8th of 18, I think is the day. And so she is at the top of her level, but she will be during the term of the contract. That's still available. Even though people aren't at the top of the scale, they will get to the top of the scale because we're going to keep her with us. And so when she gets to the top of the scale, she will receive that. It's an ongoing thing. You don't have to be at the top of the scale right now. It's available for when you do as well.
Clerk Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. In that regard, when I look at the contracts, and I haven't seen the ones that you're going to be showing to the board later this month. I think that's what you said, correct? Later this month. I do have a concern with the steps, and I have a concern with the ability for staff to have opportunities for advancement within their own contract and outside of their own contract. And so to Trustee Hendrickson's question regarding the ability for a staff member to get promoted or to have a specific position go outside of that contract to a different contract. It doesn't sound budget related, but I'm going to get to it. I would like to see some way that the township builds into these contracts some upward promotional opportunities that are not just steps within their same position, but that they are actually, there's promotional opportunities outside of that position to some other positions. And it's more of a long-term, long-range kind of plan, but it would include the budget, because obviously you would need to budget for something like that. And I do know that there have been a few instances where staff members did go to different union groups from a current union group that they're in. So I would like to see in the future some planning for promotional opportunities. And then in regards to what Trustee Wilson said, I was looking at that too, so thank you for raising that, because I too support that as well. And I was confused by the Ready Ride being reduced. Do we not have? And so I kind of wanted to ask you, is your proposal to also include the Ready Ride in that, or is this Ready Ride, the reduction in the Ready Ride in the budget, is that because we don't have as many riders, or we haven't been? I was trying to figure out why there's a reduction in the Ready Ride. If that's something we're still offering, or are we reducing that offering to our residents?
Ready Ride's unchanged. I don't know what's in the budget, if there's an error or whatever, but there's no change in Ready Ride at all.
Okay.
Yeah. Ready Ride's just an assessment, 0.25 or whatever it is, mil, and it goes right to CATA, so there's no reduction at all.
It's about a $500 difference.
So it's increased from 380 to 385?
Yeah, but the millage goes down because of the rollback.
Yeah.
No, in the...
Talking about the cost of providing Ready Ride.
In the community needs budget, the Ready Ride was reduced from 1,000 to, I don't have it in front of me, did you say
1,500 in 2021 to projected 1,000 this year, so 1,000 went into the budget, but probably 1,500.
Yeah, all that is projecting the donations that we'll receive and projecting the amount of people who are going to ask for free passes.
But no one's denied.
No,
Okay.
Please understand that when you look at CATA, when you look at these, we didn't come in, none of us decide, oh, let's cut CATA or let's cut community resources. That never happened. What happened is we're projecting what their donations will be. And 2 years ago, the township said we're in an emergency situation, so we're going to put $50,000 into the community resource thing. That hasn't happened. Might happen again, it sounds like. But yeah, that's where we're at. We have not made any decisions to cut any social services. I want to be clear about that.
Just a quick comment about CATA. I'm on the CATA board. Fixed line ridership is about 30% of what it was before COVID, and Ready Ride and is about 49-50% of what it was. So our drop in demand for bus passes makes sense because the ridership just is nowhere near where it used to be. With that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and while we're talking about it, your idea about the ability to promote within outside departments, I totally support that idea. But I think Manager Walsh can correct me, or Director Titoff, I think the limitation of that has been with the union contracts themselves, not with our. I know that when we were trying to hire a new deputy treasurer, that there were some real limitations that was strongly ruled by the contract language, not by our decision that if someone was in this union, we wouldn't promote them to the next union. We wanted to do that, but we couldn't because of the contract language. So some clarification on that. Is that our restriction with that, the language?
Yeah, I mean, all of you I'm sure have worked in union situations before, and I'm not degrading unions at all. I grew up in a union household, both parents. But sometimes when you want to do something for someone within a union, it causes quite a stir within that union because not everyone's getting it. And that's one of the big challenges we have if you worked with unions much. But I will tell you that I respect the clerk's comments, and I would counter with, we are offering a 25% raise over 5 years. I want you to go find another community in Michigan that's offering full health care, 7.5-hour days, and a 25% raise. We're not always going to be in good times, folks. And that's probably why we offered 3-year contracts. They said, give us 5. We love this contract. Can we go longer? Tells you how they feel about the contracts and why we're not spending money on attorneys. We're really stepping out on these contracts with a 25% raise over 5 years. That's 5% per year compounded.
Trustee Wizinski.
Also want to thank Manager Walsh and staff. A very thorough budget. Took me quite some time to get through. It's a lot of work.
Did you get we sent a response to your questions as well. Did you receive it?
I did.
Okay.
I did. So I had also sent some questions to Manager Walsh just for clarification. And I appreciate that response, which I did have up. I do have, I did also have the human services question as well, so I would also support Trustee Wilson's proposal for that. I appreciate the diversity, equity, inclusion, both, getting some more momentum, because we have kind of lost some momentum, but also being back in the budget. And did I hear you say that when we don't spend, we have rollover money? So if we don't spend all of it in 2022, that rolls over in addition to the new budget?
It does not.
That does not.
But in the case of DEI, that's what we've talked about is our plan to do that. That decision typically rests with me whether we're going to roll that over or not. Of course, I can be vetoed at any time by 4 people. Or less. Depends on who you are. I'm looking at you, Supervisor. But no, we have a robust funding for DEI. Whatever the committee and the board decide we're going to do at the end of 22 and into 2023, when we have this discussion next year, we should have made great progress in this area. And money will not stop us.
Okay, excellent. That's good to know. That leads me into, there was 3 line items that were included in last year's budget that aren't included in our budget, and you had responded to that. One of them being the continuation of the wetland education campaign. From what I understand, we have about $2,200 left in that budget for the remainder of this year. And I know there's a mailing going out, so that probably consumes some of that budget. now that I know we can't roll it over, that means we'll have zero funding for any wetland education and/or endeavors for 2023.
Okay, so are you suggesting we put 10,000 in for wetland for 2023?
I do.
Okay.
Yep.
This is how we did it last year. Okay.
Exactly.
Great.
And then another proposal I'd like to make is for green grants. So we've had 10,000 in the last 2 years for 6 individual green grants that have happened within the community. Most of those, almost all of them, promote education at a level of school-age children. So starting that very young. Radmore's done 2 actually grants with a garden, a trail, and now a barnyard. We had Hazlitt Middle School, a couple churches, the library. So they've been really successful, and the community has really been empowered by that. So I would suggest to put 10,000 back into that again. It's been very competitive in the past, and they've expended all their funds. And then I know we had a email discussion about solar. So solar has been removed from the budget for 2023. But the discussion was you appropriated 15,000 to LED, remediation, lack of a better word, I suppose.
Veenstra lights.
So I was post Veenstra, but I've heard about this quite a bit.
They're now Wazinski lights.
So could you kind of just rephrase how you had expressed that it's not just necessarily about solar, but it's about energy consumption overall? Is that how you explain that?
So the first point about the $20,000, I think what would make sense if it's agreeable to the board is to just to put $20,000 in for the Environmental Commission, not necessarily earmark it, whether it be wetlands or the green grants, and then let them work with that to see how they want to go about that. So we'll throw that in and see if it meets the board's muster. And so far we're adding 20 in for that, and we're adding 36 in for community resource, and then we'll see what the board thinks about that in 2 weeks. And then to the solar, it's just we've done solar now I think for 4 years, 4 different sites. It's just something when we took a look at putting them, and the solar is something that could come up under the ARP as well. It could be in this budget if that's what the board decides. But we just decided with all the money that we're putting into the 5% and all the other stuff that we're doing, it just didn't get put in this year. But certainly if the board wants a solar project, first of all, we got to find a site for 2023. It's always been an issue of staffing. That's been a big issue for us because we have one person running 2 departments and then also the fulfillment of the role as assistant manager, which in most communities of 45,000, you have a full-time assistant and then you have other people leading the departments. And that's why the addition of Director Massey has been so important. We now have the I don't want to say manpower, we have the oomph. And we're getting it done. The signs, the roof, all the stuff that was lagging for a long time. So we have the staffing behind us to get these things done. If the board wants to add a solar project in, we'd be happy to take a look at it.
This board member particularly would like to see a solar project added to this budget. I think we established some momentum over the last 4 or 5 years in reaching a goal of, I think it's 2035, or was ours lower than that? But I think we should commit to maintaining that momentum and goal to get the township itself in a much more attractive place and example for the community relative to our alternative energy usage.
So let me answer a couple of questions. First, on the issue of wetland education and anything surrounding wetlands, I do have money in the watershed management budget that I can put to use for that. So we don't really need additional funding in the budget for that. We can use the watershed management contractual services account. on the solar issue, so if you turn to page 39 of your CIP, so in the budget document on page 39 is the tail end of the CIP. You'll see the heading in orange, closest to the bottom is EV/solar, so electric vehicle chargers and solar is that category. What I've put into the CIP for 2024 is $150,000 for the initial install of EV stations. That might sound pricey. The problem is that our solar panels do not, confusing the issues. Our electrical panels for the public safety building and this building do not have the space to put chargers on. I could put a few chargers on, but I'd also have to bore conduit out, and it really wouldn't be worth our time and energy to bore that amount of conduit for a couple of chargers. We have to bring a whole new electrical service in to the complex. We have to put a new electrical panel standalone outside, or possibly interior, but probably cheaper to do it outside. And then we're gonna have to branch it off and send it out to the various areas of the complex. So what I've proposed in the budget, but just not in the 2023 financials of the budget, but in the CIP, is you give me the 2023 calendar year to continue exploring this. We've done an initial investigation with IDC Corporation. They came out and walked the site. They're really not the expertise that I need, though. I really need to have H&R Electric and Centennial come walk the complex with me. But that also dovetails into where are we going to put solar arrays. Right now, the only place that we could put them is on other flat roofs, which really isn't the best spot to put them. The public safety building does have a flat roof. We could put them there, but the roof does leak, so the roof is not really in a condition where I would want to put panels on it. The Okemos Library, we could put them there. However, that we don't pay the electrical bill there, so it really isn't one of our facilities that we count toward in our goal. So you'll see, and this is just a year that I'm putting it in, but 2026, I did put in a healthy amount for a large solar project. It would be twice what we've spent before, but that's because we're out of efficient and financially cheap locations for them. We're really at the point where we have to move to carports, and then we're getting into earthwork, we're getting into footings, we're getting into metal supports, and so it just gets a lot more costly. So it is in there, but it's in the future because, frankly, we would need to save up for it similar to an HVAC project. If the board really wants to push for a location, I can come up with one. I just don't know what it would be. It might be a green belt kind of randomly around this complex, but we're out of just kind of make-ready locations other than the Okemos Library roof, which we don't pay that bill. Does that make sense? And so I'd really like to take the 2023 calendar year to walk the site with electricians and plan this out. I do have an inquiry into Absolute Solar. They've done all of our solar arrays to date, to ask them, because they did put together a cost estimate for Mr. Perry in the past. So I'm talking to them about what would it actually take to do half the parking lot, a third of the parking lot. This is going to be a lot more costly. It took us $300,000 to essentially make the entire service center run on solar, but this is going to cost far more.
Okay.
So we'll work internally with coming back to make sure that there's the $20,000 there, and we'll talk about this solar, this electric charging stations, big picture.
Okay. Other comments? Mr. Walsh, between now and our next meeting, you expect to continue some of these conversations and question answering and so forth in preparation for adoption of the proposed budget?
Yes, certainly, Madam Supervisor. We'll be ready for adoption on the 20th. We'll make these adjustments that we've heard tonight. No, we really, it's difficult to continue dialogue with more additional, we're going to tonight put a stop to it, all these additional expenses. We know where we've heard tonight a couple of areas, and we'll go forward. But again, remember, at any time, even though this budget is, it will be presumably adopted on the 20th. On September 22nd, the board could come back and say, we're going to add, it doesn't stop. It just gets us approved so we can meet our obligations to the state and get the budget approved.
Okay.
Again, I want to thank everyone involved. The team, I know the team needs to get out of here because we have a big day planned tomorrow, an early morning. So that's all I have, unless there are any questions.
Okay. Just a minute, I've lost my agenda. Oh, here it is.
Are you through with me?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate all the questions. This is, the board's had much more input and deliberation and questioning this year than I've seen in the past, and we all appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Item 13D, Railroad Quiet Zone Update. And we're going to hear from, this is Melissa.
Yes, Director Massey.
That's right.
Good evening,
Director Massey, yes.
Good evening, Supervisor and members of the board. I'm here tonight to just provide an update on the Railroad Quiet Zone project that we are undertaking. In 2017, the implementation of a railroad quiet zone throughout Meridian Township was included in the board's annual goals, and this idea originated from the Meridian Transportation Commission. The Department of Public Works first worked with Marsh, an engineering consulting firm, to provide an initial study on the feasibility of an RRQZ in Meridian Township. 2 years later, in 2019, we contracted with OHM, a civil engineering firm, to further examine the previous report and determine next steps. During that time, the biggest hurdle was the installation of a positive train control, which is basically when the trains are automatically controlled, the speed and the movement, which is required for a railroad quiet zone. So since then, by the end of 2021, a positive train control was installed on the CN railroad line, which is this one in our township. At this point in time, CSX does not have an Amtrak line through there, which is why the PTC was put on the CN line. Back in 2019, it was estimated that to do the PTC on the CSX line would be $2.05 million to $2.25 million. We're currently estimating that would be up to $3 to $4 million today. Assistant Manager Opsimer has reached out to Alyssa Slotkin's office to see if there's any talks of implementing a PTC on the CSX line, and we're waiting to hear back. In October of 2021, former Assistant Manager Derek Perry presented the board with the OHM report, which essentially said that it made the most sense for us to do a railroad quiet zone on the CN line, which once again is the northern one. We did reach out to the City of East Lansing and Michigan State University to see if they were interested in collaborating on this project, as any intersection within a half mile has to be included if you're going to do it. And at this point in time, they're not interested in implementing that. We also reached out to Williamstown Township to see if they were interested in partnering farther east on Berry, Schumann, and Foster. And at this time, their board is not interested in implementing on that side. Right now, we are working to implement the RRQZ on Okemos, Hazlitt, Carlton, and Green roads. We have two options. It would either be a curbed median that's estimated between $300,000 and $335,000, or a quick curb, which would be $225,000 to $250,000. We also plan on installing Z-gates at the following intersections: Okemos Road, Hazlitt Road, and Carlton Road, and we do have money in the 2023 budget for those Z-gates. At this point in time, we have retained OHM under contract to help us work on the implementation of the quiet zone on the CN rail line from Okemos Road to Green Road. And it's going to take place in two phases. The first phase that we're in right now, which we signed the contract back on August 5th, The first main step is going to be a diagnostic study team review that includes MDOT, CN Railroad, Meridian Township, Ingham County Road Department, and then any other required or interested parties. They're estimating that the time frame for phase 1 is about 6 months, and that's dependent on getting the feedback that is needed. And then after that phase is complete, it would then be a phase 2, which would be design of the crossing improvements, construction, inspection, and the notice of establishment. And there's no action required from the board. This is just to give an update and to open any comments or questions.
Thank you. I, for one, am very grateful to you for pulling all of this together and bringing us up to date on where this project is. I have a couple of questions for you. The first is, talk about, in case not everyone has read the information in your report, the difference in traffic between the CN and the CX lines, and thus considerations for the relative costs between the two.
Do you want to start on that one? Sorry, Dan's been helping me with this.
Okay, that's fine.
So Supervisor Jackson, are you referring to the traffic on the railroad line or the traffic on the roadways?
No, traffic on the railroad line.
Okay. The only factor in the traffic on the railroad lines is the fact that the CN line has Amtrak trains on it. And that is what triggered at the federal level the requirement for the PTC, the Positive Train Control install. Whereas the CSX line has no Amtrak or passenger rail. So far as we know, there is nothing that will require the Positive Train Control to be installed on that line. But there are traffic factors here as well, because the Hewlett Road crossing for the CSX line does not have gates, and the reason being is that the traffic volume is extremely low, and unless there was a change in planning and zoning that would result in more homes, there likely will not be traffic on Hewlett to cause that. So even if we did get PTC, it would be more expensive to install it on the CSX line due to the railroad crossing at Hewlett and a few other factors.
Okay, that's a part of what I was looking for. But isn't there a vast difference in the number of trains that use the CN line through Meridian Township and the number of trains that use the CX line through Meridian Township?
Yeah, the CN line has 17 trains per day and 1 at night, so 18 total. Let me see if we have numbers for the CSX handy. I mean, they don't publish. That was actually a question that one resident had, and they don't actually publish the schedules for obvious safety reasons. But let me see if we have numbers for the CSX line in aggregate.
Oh, I thought that was well known.
We honestly haven't studied the CSX in great detail because it's been effectively ruled out with the lone factor of the PTC. So there really hasn't been cause to study the CSX line in great earnest recently. Our work there has been simply to reach out to Representative Slatkin's office to see if anything might change at the federal level that would prompt PTC to be installed on that train, on that railroad line.
So it's not really true that there are relatively fewer trains?
It could be. I mean, CSX doesn't have the passenger rail, so it's going to be short that, but does it have more freight or less freight? I don't know offhand.
Okay.
But the frequency of the trains is really not a driving factor in any of these discussions, other than you have more train horns that are disturbing the peace. That would be the predominant factor, but the CSX line is going to pose challenges if and until federal rules and regulations change.
Okay. And one more question for Melissa. you cited the cost for, I think you call them quick curbs?
Yes.
Was that for all of the ones that, the cost for all of the ones that we need to put in, or per curb? That was the price per curb?
That's just for Okemos Road, right?
Yeah, that's the only
That's
place we
just
need
for
it.
the Okemos Road. That's the only location that we would actually need that put in.
Okay, great. Treasurer DeShane.
Thank you. I was on the Transportation Commission in 2017, I think, when this came to the board, and I think the number for the CX line, S line was very low, 3 trains a day about that they had. Well, think about it though. If you're driving through Hazlet, you're often, during the day at least, you're often stopped by a train. You don't, that doesn't happen in the day in Okemos on the CSX line, but the volume is significantly lower, certainly during the daytime. Dan, if you'd move your laptop for a minute, regarding this map, this is a classic case to me of the 80-20 rule. If we can do quiet zones on Okemos Road, Hazlet Road, Carlton Road, 20% of those things, you'll get 80% of the benefit from this, because that's where those trains are the loudest and most noticeable. That they're a significant issue living in the northern part of the township. We simply don't hear those complaints from people along the CSX line. It's a much bigger problem in the northern portion of the township, in particular the Carlton and Hazlet Road, where there's 2 crossings in a row, and those horns go off 18 times a day and night. And it's a significant sound issue. And this whole brand new Hazlet development is going to back right up on that train line. And it's going to be a significant issue for those residents, because they're not going to tell them in advance that you're sitting on top of a CNN line with 18 trains a day. And those trains come by and they blow that darn horn, and it is very disruptive. So I'm glad we're moving forward with it. I was concerned about the report that we got, though it didn't seem to mention the Hazlet quiet zones at all. It talked a lot about the CSX line, but almost nothing of the Hazlet quiet zone. Is there a reason why they ignored that?
You're referring to the OHM 2019 report?
Yeah. No, the 2019 report.
Yeah. I didn't read it that way. I didn't read it as kind of glossing over. I think perhaps what OHM was trying to do was show to then Deputy Manager Perry that they had exhausted all options for the CSX line, so maybe that's why you're reading it that way. But I mean, they gave us everything that we needed. What's interesting, the report doesn't really get right to the heart of this, because I don't think we knew it when this report was published in 2019, but had MSU partnered with us, we actually wouldn't have to do the divider on Okemos Road. So for all intents and purposes, we could just voluntarily do the Z gates or not do the Z gates, and we could proceed with a quiet zone almost at no cost. The issue with Okemos Road is that we still need a road that essentially has a divider on it. So Hagedorn Road was going to serve as that road because it's boulevarded. And we lost that because we lost the Bogue Street due to MSU. So losing Bogue, we lost Hagedorn because they're within half a mile of each other. And therefore we lost our road with a boulevard built in. So that's why we have to do the quick curb or the raised median 100 feet north and south of the railroad crossing on Okemos Road. And it's viable. We don't conflict with any curb cuts, whereas if we had to do that on Hazlet Road, there's almost no viability. We would impact so many curb cuts, it would be astounding, and there's no ability to put in left-hand turn or Michigan lefts. So it really worked out very well on the CN line.
Okay. We signed the contract with them on August 1st. When are we expecting their report back from us on this?
So their timeline is outlined in the memo. So we're in phase 1. So their first step is to convene the initial step.
Yep. They said about 6 months for phase 1. The next step would be to have that diagnostic study team review with all the involved parties. When I reached out today for the most current update, she said that the 2 people that are working on our project exclusively were out of the office. So she could not tell me exactly where we're at, but they put it in motion as of August 5th.
And OHM's expertise in this area, and the reason why they were selected is because they have one of the staff members at OHM that's working on our account used to work for the city of Battle Creek and was successful in implementing a railroad quiet zone in Battle Creek, where it is far more complex in terms of the number of crossings.
Okay.
So
I really hope we can move along this. We've been dancing on this issue for 5 years now, and we've had two studies and no action, so I really hope we can see some action on this pretty soon.
I think we're at the final stage now. We know exactly what all the answers are. We've tried with all of our neighbors. So now it's pretty much, the only thing that's going to hold us up is when we get to the diagnostic study team review, how responsive are the partners? How responsive is CN Railroad, MDOT, the Ingham County Road Department? We're going to meet with the road department proactively to go over the two options of a raised median or a curbed median, or the quick curb, which can just be attached to the road as is today, just to make sure that they don't kind of throw us for a loop when we get to the diagnostic study. And that's where we actually do the point scoring officially. Right now, we're basing all this off, there is a model point scoring system out there that you can use and play with, but that'll be the official point scoring that determines officially what we have to do.
Okay.
So I think we're in the home stretch here. The timelines are going to depend on how quickly people respond to us. To give an example, we were supposed to have Z-gates installed on Okemos Road at the CN crossing last year. Nobody was able to get in touch with CN. I sent them an email on May 5th, June 6th, July 7th, and got a response on July 7th this year. So we now have a contact with CN Railroad, and we can put our Z-gates in on Okemos Road, where we did Phase 1B of the MSU to Lake Lansing Trail last year. So, but we had no permission to work in their right-of-way. So they can be very difficult to reach, and they're kind of a monopoly, so that's just par for the course.
Are you confident that we've now bridged that gap and that we're going to find them more responsive moving forward?
Yeah, I have a contact at the state that I've used when they don't respond, and that I reached out to that contact about 2 days before I finally did get a response, and just shared that I had emailed them on this succession of dates. And my contact with the Railroad Association was the one that provided us with this contact at CN, who isn't necessarily responsive, but at least they are communicating now. And so Niall's taken over that communication in hopes of getting our concrete contractor in this year to finish widening the pathway on Okemos Road there.
Great.
Trustee Hendricks.
Thank you. So I see that we are not getting the support that we had hoped from the university with respect to the Bogue Street, which would allow us to extend it through Hagedorn. Did I encapsulate that correctly?
Correct. When there's two crossings, if they're within half a mile, you have to have all the crossings.
Sure. So they don't support the Bogue Street because they do not have a pedestrian pathway that goes over the tracks or under the tracks. Is that right?
Correct. They want grade separation, which is the tracks or the pedestrians have to be on a bridge.
Okay. So. And that's also a vehicle crossing at Bogue, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. And do they want grade separation for both? Or did they not specify?
They didn't specify. They were very adamant. So it was very evident that they had thought this through and had fixed. So we didn't ask specifically about vehicle traffic. I would assume just pedestrians. Their concern does stem from one student in particular who inadvertently walked into a train. She had her headphones in and walked in front of a CN train at the Bogue Street. Actually, I don't know for certain that it was Bogue Street, but somewhere along campus, on the southern end of campus. So their concerns stem from student safety,
sure,
largely pedestrian safety, and it's not suicide oriented. It's kind of just people not paying attention, right? That's what the Z-gates are there to do. And I believe there was an accident with a train and a pedestrian by like the south commuter lot on campus, because that's why Z-gates were installed there. If you walk, if you park in the commuter lot to tailgate and walk north, there's Z-gates on both sides of the railroad crossing, and they're there to lift your attention up to what's in front of you. But they feel a grade crossing would be the only thing that would satisfy them. I would assume that they would be looking perhaps at traffic or motorists and pedestrians, only because I don't know that they would really believe that students would take a pedestrian bridge versus just walking over the tracks. But if the road and the pedestrian facilities were on a bridge together, then it becomes a different factor for pedestrians, and you take the bridge.
And they've got that down the street at Farm Lane too, so it's, that's clearly their model for doing that.
Yep. A primary motivator to that was traffic, I believe, leaving football games, so. Yep, quiet zones were not a factor in that bridge, unfortunately.
Well, excellent, okay. Well, that's unfortunate that they're not willing to consider that. I understand the need for safety. You know, I noticed that there might actually be, I'm looking at a map right now, there may actually also be a pedestrian crossing in between Bogue and Hagedorn as well from the parking lot, so that may have caused us some issues too, for all I know. But okay, well, it's unfortunate. You know, the only redeeming factor in all of that is that, you know, with the exception of the lodges, who I don't want to forget about, it's mostly commercial and university in that area anyway. So.
Well, and the good news is we do have that gap of greater than a half mile between Hagedorn or Okemos. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be talking tonight. We'd be really in a hard, because that would cause a domino effect with all of our other crossings, and we wouldn't have any segment to work on our own. So at least we do have, we can cover most of the township on the north end on our own merit.
So does that mean then that they would have to signal for the Hagedorn crossing then? Is that my understanding?
Yeah, horns would have to be utilized at the Hagedorn crossing. So there might be a little bit of sound pollution, you know, for the people that live.
Indian Lakes.
River Terrace is certainly not going to be helped by this, but by the time you get anywhere near like the Keystone neighborhood, which is the neighborhood just north of the tracks at Okemos Road, they're going to be just fine, and they're going to be able to enjoy all the qualities of the quiet zone.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? So you suggested there was no need to do anything at this point?
Nope, at this point, we're just gonna keep moving with the process with OHM, and we'll keep you updated as we learn things.
Thank you. We would appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And item 13E is recreational marijuana. Mr. Schmidt, I believe, is going to lead us in this discussion.
Thank you very much. At the request of the supervisor, bringing this forward for discussion this evening, now that the August 2nd vote has been certified and recounted, as it currently stands, we are in, we have two pieces of the puzzle here. Recreational marijuana is currently prohibited by the township under Ordinance 2019-11, which we adopted in July of 2019. Medical marijuana is permitted subject to both licensing and special use permit approval under the General Code of Ordinances and the zoning ordinance. To date, none of the licenses are active. When we originally went through this process, the township established 7 areas in which we would potentially allow for medical marijuana licenses. 7 applicants were chosen by random lottery at that time. 5 of them moved forward through the special use permit process, received approval. None of them opened in the time outlined in the ordinance to be open and operating to utilize the license. So at this time, earlier this summer, staff actually sent notice to all of the original lottery, all of the special use permit approvals, the corporations that were approved, notifying them they had forfeited their license. And it's not just that, there was a number of reasons, but put simply, they didn't meet the timelines in the ordinance, which, as I understand it, was put in at the request of the corporations to ensure that people opened up. Obviously, subsequently, the medical marijuana industry is cratered, and current estimates are that it will probably go away in upcoming years as the industry has a shakeout and everything merges together. But that's a conversation for another day. Ultimately, what's in front of the board this evening is whatever the board would like. We're asking for, staff is not looking for anything specific unless there is some direction that you would like to give us at this point, and as I've outlined in my memo. But certainly I will turn this over to the board. I can answer as many questions as I can as we move forward here.
All right. Thank you. Boards. Mr. Schmidt has reviewed where we are. And now it's up to us to decide what to do next. We are open for a discussion of your thinking at this point. Treasurer DeShane.
Thank you, Supervisor. Regarding the vote, I think it's pretty clear the vote was very evenly split, almost exactly split. While the effort to ban marijuana failed by 6 votes, it was closer than it might have otherwise been. The pro-pot vote was helped by 3 things. The first was, that was confusing language. A yes vote was actually a vote against marijuana. That confused a lot of people. Secondly, the amount of money spent. According to the public records, the pro-pot industry spent about 20 times what the people trying to put the ban up there did. A lot of that money came from outside the township. Most of it did. So they were outspent 20 to 1. And we couldn't recount 9 precincts. If we'd been able to recount them, we might have had a different outcome. There were 6 votes that were switched in the recount. So we couldn't recount it all. And that was unfortunate because we might have had a different outcome. But this split vote tells us that the community is split on whether or not we should proceed. It's just as this board has been split the past 2 years in discussing marijuana. So I think that if we're going to proceed, we should do it very cautiously and carefully. If we'd had a 60 or 70% vote for marijuana in that vote, then I would think the 6 or 7 licenses we proposed for medical marijuana would be justified. But it wasn't that. It was split. So I think this board should proceed, if we proceed at all, with 1 or 2 pot shops and watch them closely for a couple of years before we do anything else. That was the idea we had with medical 3 years ago. Let's do medical, let's watch it, let's see what kind of partners these people are, if they're good at their word, if they follow the rules and they're good citizens, they're good businesses, then we can proceed with recreational. But we never got to find that out because they all backed out of their medical licenses because the economics of it changed so much. But to start with 1 or 2, to me, seems prudent and fair to both sides. It's worth noting that we're not really hearing from residents asking us to opt in. I think that's because access isn't an issue. There's a lot of access in East Lansing. There's going to be access soon up in Bath Township. There's lots of other access points. And a lot of these stores will actually deliver as well. So this access issue has kind of gone away. However, I think if we do opt in, we're going to hear from residents again, as we did last time, opposed to us opting in. A lot of our residents are very opposed to it. And we heard from them a lot. Last time, I think I kept track of it, it was about 30 people had sent us messages in opposition, and only 2 or 3 voted or communicated us in favor of it. The people that we're hearing from that want us to opt in is the industry. They want to sell marijuana in Meridian Township. They love to sell marijuana down in Jolly Road and have real easy on-off access from the freeway. We're an attractive location from them. But I think the reason we're not hearing from our residents is they've made a bigger investment in this community collectively than any of the industry has. They've, both in their property values, we have the most expensive property values in the county, in the region, and in their families. And quite honestly, I think most of them see the experiment of recreational pot stores in Meridian Township it's risky to them, and they aren't really enthusiastic about us risking their investment and their families that are in their properties by getting involved with recreational marijuana in a big way right off the bat. I think the other thing that I've said this before, and it's worth saying again, we're not going to make any money off these pot stores. Between the cost of policing, regulating, and regulating these, it's going to take up a lot of the money we get. And any money left over is going to be quickly spent in lawsuits. What other communities have found is that when you try and regulate these stores, the first thing they do is take you to court, and then take you to court again and again. It's a highly litigious industry, and we're likely to any attempts we think we may have to control these will be challenged in the courts. So we're going to spend a lot of money. Getting back to Trustee Henrikson's concern about legal fees, we're going to spend a lot of money on legal fees if we opt into recreational marijuana. And lastly, as for the claim that all communities benefit from pot stores, I mean, look over to Lansing. Lansing has 30 stores. They have $1 million a year now in marijuana revenue, new revenue they didn't have before. But it's not reduced their crime. It's not increased public safety. In fact, you could argue the opposite has happened. So the claim that we're going to benefit, other communities are going to benefit from opting into recreational marijuana is really dubious at best. And so it's really important, I believe, for us to do this prudently, slowly, and carefully, because there's a lot at risk here. And probably the biggest thing that's at risk is our prime reputation. That's what makes us unique. We stand out. We have great schools. We have great neighborhoods. We have strong families. Anything that would threaten that or could threaten that should be looked at with great caution and proceed with great, with great caution, because we can't risk that. That's the biggest asset we have is our reputation. And we've been unique in a lot of ways. We do things exceptionally well here. And so we need to keep that in mind before we decide if we're going to opt into recreational marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Trustee Wazinski.
Thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate all of the comments Treasurer's made. And going back to 2020, I think when we initially opted into medical marijuana, and it was at that time the board really wanted to see how medical marijuana was going to play out in Meridian and/or statewide, do a little bit of evaluation before we opted into recreational marijuana. It has been nearly 3 years, and there's been multiple reports and studies on the benefits and/or some of the concerns that have come out of recreational marijuana. In doing my research and looking at facts and studies, the benefits much more outweigh any risks at any point, quite honestly. Some of the comments being made about security and/or safety, it is highly regulated. It's a highly regulated business that requires more than any other inspections in any other business, including alcohol and/or like vape stores, 2 to 3 times per year. The state is doing inspections on these on these businesses. They have, we visited, some of the board members visited Skyland. So we saw the internal security, we saw the external security, as well as a lot of self-policing. These licenses aren't cheap, so the businesses themselves want to do it and do it right? They don't want to lose their license after they've invested all this money into an actual business. There has been studies on reduced amount of crime in areas that have opened up recreational marijuana. And in addition, there's been an increase in property values. Michigan cities with recreational marijuana, 53%. So property values are going up, crime's going down. Some of the I guess points that were made with reduced crime is the amount of security that goes into one of these particular establishments is significant. So it is reducing crime in certain areas. In addition to, we've decriminalized the product itself. So that kind of plays a part there. So be clear about that. The accessibility. So you know, there's a medical component and then there's a recreational component. There's less and less medical licenses being given because it's burdensome. You have to go to a doctor, you have to pay a fee, you have to go through the state. So right now, because recreational is available in many areas, people aren't getting their medical licenses anymore. So with that being said, the accessibility, so let's just say East Lansing, Pleasantries, it's a 28-minute bus ride one way. That's a 1-hour round trip to get to Pleasantries, which is only 5 miles away. Skymint up on the north side, it's a 1-hour bus ride from Meridian, 2-hour round trip. So for me, that's not accessible. If you could drive a car, then maybe. Even then, it's a pretty big turnaround time to have to do that. We could have them right here in Meridian. For us to, you know, look at it like other communities have these facilities already, that really goes back to the NIMBY situation where we're saying, you know, 60% of us say let's decriminalize it, but let's not have it here. Let's go there and have those people have it available. I just think that that's highly inequitable and highly, quite honestly, racist. The other thing about economics, there is an excise tax. I've not heard a lot about legal fees, so I can't speak to that. I think we could probably look into that a little bit, but just in 2021, if we would have had one licensed permit holder, Meridian Township would have got $56,000. If we would have got 5, do the math, right? So it is a significant amount of money. The increase in policing, I haven't seen anything about either, and the chief would certainly be able to speak to that a lot more than me. But again, they're very secure facilities with highly regulated by the state of Michigan. Another economic consideration is that there is job creation, and I've talked to several people. Almost all of the facilities that I've talked to and or permit holders here previously in Meridian and some others start at a minimum of $15 to $18 an hour, and that's non-skilled. So you're coming in not knowing the business. $15 to $18 an hour with managers making over 6 figures. So this is a real legit business that values their employees. One person, permit holder I talked to, has only had 1 turnover in all of the stores that person owns because people like the job. They like the way they treated. They like the ability to move up in an industry that you know, doesn't have a lot of training, let's say. So there's very low turnover for that. So I think that that's something, you know. In addition, all full-time employees get full benefits. So we're really creating an economic, you know, development for these businesses and for our community members. So that's kind of where I stand. Of course, I've never been shy about expressing my thoughts on recreational marijuana, and I think that Meridian Township is a prime community. I think if anybody can do it well, it would be us. So, my comments.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Hendrickson.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I'll try to remain brief because I know I've taken up a lot of the board's time tonight on a couple of the other issues. So I want to just take a moment to respond to a couple of the items that the treasurer brought up, because I think they are important to talk about. I think the ballot initiative that was put before, this is my personal opinion, the ballot initiative language that was put before the voters in August was confusing no matter which side of the issue you fell on. That may have influenced voters to incorrectly vote in either direction, depending on which way they fell on the issue. And yes, the vote was certainly close. Every vote counts, right? We've said this before, and I'll continue to harp on this. You know, every single vote counts, but we have to respect the decision that was made, which in this case was a vote not to prohibit in Meridian Township. Yes, there were some precincts that couldn't be recounted. No, it would likely have not made any difference if they were recounted. There were 44 precincts, 22 in person, 22 AV, that were recounted, that were brought to us for a recount. I'm putting my day job hat on for a minute. 35 of those precincts were recountable Okay, so that's 79.5% if you want to get into the math of it. And over the course of those 79% of the precincts that were recounted, 6 votes moved. It's very unlikely that in the 9 precincts that were not recountable, that they would have found 6 more votes. Statistically, math, it's just not likely. And so even if those 9 precincts had been recounted, it likely would not have changed. Regardless, the decision is in, right? Yes, it was a close one. But if any one of us had been elected by 6 votes, we would still be sitting here. That's just the plain fact of it. I was listening intently to some of the folks who came in and spoke in opposition to it. And certainly I need to learn a little bit more on some of these issues, specifically with regard to whether or not we need to repeal the medical marijuana ordinance that we've put into place. I don't know enough about that, and that's something that I'd like to learn more about as we move forward with this discussion. But the other thing that caught my ear was putting the dispensaries, which I think all acknowledge is coming, downtown versus at our gateways. And I was trying to understand the rationale for that, right? Tim, I think you've brought us a map, right, of our approved medical overlays. I should have cued you a minute ago.
No. So this is the map. I have hard copies in my hand if anyone would like a hard copy. But yes, just to briefly tee this up, because there is one confusing aspect to it. There were 7 areas adopted. Area 4 is entirely within Area 3. So 3 and 4 overlap.
Right.
So this is the current situation. You've got 1 on Towner Road, 2 is at Hazlitt, 3 and 4. 3 is West Grand River, 4 is Dawn Avenue, 5 is the northeast quadrant of Marsh and Grand River, 6 is Hagedorn just south of the railroad tracks, and 7 is Okemos and Jolly.
So my understanding is that we're the 2 commenters who spoke in opposition specifically regarding putting these downtown. They would like to see them in Area 5, more or less. They don't want them in 1, they don't want them in 3, and 7, and 6, right? These other areas, these are all on the gateways, if you will, to the community. I don't understand the logic of the argument, right? They've indicated that the folks that were here tonight have indicated that they're concerned about safety, and yet these areas, seem ideal to keeping them away from some of the population in the township. It just confused me. Personally, the way I feel about it, and I was on the Planning Commission when the ordinance came in front of us, and specifically the zoning overlays, and we had a lengthy discussion, and Jerry Richards, who was here tonight, actually sat on the Planning Commission with me, and we talked at great length about this. And we came to the decision that 6 or 7, I guess with the 4 inside the 3, was where we should go, right? I sat in a joint board meeting, board and planning commission meeting with most everyone that's here today. And in that meeting, we talked about this strategy of let's let a few in and see how it works. Right, and we'll see. We'll go from there. The few that we came to a conclusion on was 1 for each of these areas, essentially. And so, why we would turn around now and say 1 or 2 versus the 5 or 6 that most of the people in this room have discussed and agreed to is a confusing argument to me. So I think that, overall, I'd love to take a look at some of the information that Trustee Wazinski had referenced relating some of our safety studies, because I know there's a lot of concern from residents about, the safety surrounding these dispensaries, right? Or shops, or whatever we're calling them. And So I'd like to know about that. From what research I was able to do, it appears as though the concern for a detrimental effect on property values more or less seems to be relatively unfounded. But I do want to continue to look at that. At this moment, the will of the voters, albeit slim, should be respected, I think. And so, when we got emails from some of the residents that wrote in about this, I tried to break it down into what criteria would I use to consider whether or not we should move forward, right? The will of the voters. I think I've talked about that. Whether or not, this could be done safely. I think Trustee Wazinski spoke to that. Whether or not it would have financial benefit to the township. I'd like to look into the legal argument, the legal aspect of it, but there are excise taxes, there are property values. I mean, we've got 7 properties throughout the township that are sitting vacant right now with medical marijuana facilities that are in some state of permit approval that haven't done anything. And these are languishing properties at this point. So at the very least, we need to find some way to move forward with it, whether it's medical or recreational, in my opinion. And so those were the 4 things that I really was using as my benchmark when reviewing this. And so I have come to a place, looking at those 4 factors, where I can say, I think, for myself, I think we should move forward with finding a way to respect the will of the voters and integrate recreational marijuana facilities into the township. And I'm certainly open to argument and to discussion as we move forward as to the details of all of that. But if this discussion for me is to come to any conclusion this evening, I think we should at least ask the staff to explore moving forward with the recreational language and allow us to have greater discussion on the details of it at a future meeting. So thank you.
Just to Trustee Hendrickson's question regarding attorney recommendations, back in February of 2021, when the board discussed this, the attorney recommendation was to adopt new standalone ordinances if the will was to opt in on adult use. The recommendation was that the board adopt new ordinances that pertain only to adult use, so that if there was a legal challenge to the medical ordinances, because again, we have a zoning and a regulatory ordinance for medical, that would not subject the adult use ordinances to the same legal challenge. Vice versa is true if there was litigation against the adult use ordinances, it would insulate the medical ordinances. That was the recommendation that the attorneys gave. For the board's knowledge, and what you guys should know when you're discussing this, if you did repeal the medical ordinances and then we opted in on adult use, the township would not be able to impose the maximum annual fee of $5,000 per facility under medical. So MRTMA, the medical statute, allows every local unit to assess up to a $5,000 annual fee. Same is true on adult use. So you can get $5,000 off adult use, $5,000 off medical. Trustee Wazinski cited the sales tax revenue that comes per store. The other facilities do not derive revenue. Only the stores drive revenue. They drive $56,000 per store. As of this calendar year, that fluctuates every year because it's based on total sales, the amount of sales tax that's earmarked for local governments divided by the number of stores. So essentially, every local government gets the average amount of sales tax that's supposed to go to local governments per store. Just to clarify that.
Thank you.
Trustee Sunderland.
Yeah, and the difference between the ordinances, I can respect that. To have 2 of them, I would think that maybe you could just adopt or kind of cookie cutter the adult use ordinance to go with the medical marijuana, but I think it's pretty clear that medical marijuana on its own is not a lucrative area for anybody to invest in. So I think that's why nobody has decided to come in. It's just not very lucrative at all. And I agree with Trustee Winzinski that when we did the tour of Skymint, I mean, it's very professional, it's very clean, it's very secure. There's nothing going on there. So I would think that we need to move forward too with having a recreational marijuana ordinance to parallel, you know, the medical marijuana ordinance, and we need to explore that area because we do have residents that would benefit from that. And I mean, we're still going to be dealing with people are probably still going to be using the quote black market. I mean, it probably is cheaper overall. Buying it recreational marijuana from a facility is probably actually more expensive than what they can get. So, but for somebody who's buying, you know, it's probably more comforting that it is regulated and it's gone through a process of testing. And so I would support that we need to, you know, go ahead and go forward with a medical or recreational marijuana ordinance and explore, see if those medical marijuana people want to have both licenses and go forward. I mean, we might already have a market for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wilson.
I too heard the voters in passing the activity. But I do also respect the fact that basically 50% of the people said no and 50% of the people said yes. So that tells me that we have to respect those residents who felt strongly using with language that was so convoluted that it was very confusing. But the 50% of the people don't want it here. So then we have to look at how we can possibly do this and satisfy all of our residents. Nobody's going to be 100% happy, but come as close as we can to being reasonable in implementing this process. So I think some key things are location. So if indeed, I'd like to see the statistics on the vote, if indeed Okemos versus Hazlet East Lansing did indicate that it did not want marijuana in that area, I think that's going to tell us a lot about where the location should be. I also think there's concern, I did hear the concern from our anti-marijuana folks about creating a storefront at the I-96 area. And I think the concern that didn't quite get expressed was that we would be the closest place to draw people in from the east side of the state, because there's very little, if anything, into Howell and Brighton in terms of recreational marijuana opportunities. So I think that's the concern, is it's going to bring a lot of people into the area down in that particular area. I do think that many of these zones where they're closer to the east side, so they would cater to MSU students as well as to our population, makes some sense, because that it's going to be a draw, and it's a draw that's going to be on our eastern edge of the community. So I do feel that we should limit the number of facilities that we have. I think we should put them in areas where the population would like to see those based on how they voted. And those are my comments.
Okay. Anyone else? Clerk Guthrie.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. I do have those numbers. I did write some of them down on a map. I don't know for what purposes tonight, for what you're looking for, what that would do in regards to direction for staff.
I think it's beneficial information that we can use as we proceed forward in whatever fashion we do proceed forward, my staff could easily map that out real quick and overlay that with the map of the existing locations. I have a couple of ideas of things that might be on a map like that, and start providing information to move forward.
Okay. I do want to comment that when this was passed, when the resolution was passed to prohibit recreational marijuana, in the resolution, it said that the citizens of Meridian Township voted for MRTMA with a vote of around 76% in favor and 24% opposed to it. That was for MRTMA in Michigan, correct? The entire state of Michigan, right? That's how they voted. All right. So now we're fast forward to today, to August 2nd.
Let us pull those numbers up. 76 sounds high.
Where are you?
It's from the resolution that this township board passed. It's in the resolution that the board passed. 2019. It's in the resolution that the board passed in 2019.
We'll see if we can grab that real
It
quick.
was a 7-0 vote. Township board members. Today, we have 50% of voters who said yes, 50% who said no. It's conflicting. The language was confusing. Obviously, I work in the clerk's office, so there were a ton of people who came in that re-voted and recast their ballot. So there was some confusion. But as Trustee Hendricks had said, I concur with most of the comments here tonight. So I don't know what more I can add, because as you said, every vote counts. If you win by one vote, you won by one vote. You're sitting here tonight by one vote. If you lost by one vote, you're sitting at home watching us debate what to do, right? So I have my personal opinions. I don't know how much it means. I'm personally not a fan of recreational marijuana stores. Personally, I'm not a fan of liquor stores. Do I go to liquor stores? Sure. Have I gone to a marijuana store? Sure. Do I want, 10 grocery stores in Meridian Township? Probably not. I don't think that's super feasible. What's the balance? What's the proper balance? So the voters have spoken. The numbers that Hendrickson gave are correct in regards to probability of any kind of overturn. And I like what Trustee Wilson said in regards to looking at where those areas are where voters, because there were some strong in precinct 18 and precinct 20. It was high percentage of people who wanted marijuana recreational facilities. Where that, I can get those numbers to Director Schmidt later, and he can see how it looks in an overlay area. But I'm kind of, when AT&T came here, I said, why are you picking areas to go to in the township? You should serve the entire township. And they were picking spots, and they had to have a certain percentage in low-income areas and a certain percentage in the rest of the township. And it drove me crazy because they were very hard to work with because they would only go to certain areas of the township. So I know it's a different industry, but I kind of equate it to where did the voters vote and picking certain areas based on where the voters voted. It's like they voted to have it. And so I think we do need to honor that. I do think we do need to proceed in having discussions about it. I would like to look at where those numbers are. It does drive me a little bit crazy, but I would like to look where those numbers are. I would like to drive more people to our Pica zones, you know, and have our economic development team and our community planning and development team take a look at what that looks like and get that back to us. And I really concur with everyone else's comments in regards to wanting more information on the items that you've previously discussed. So I don't need to take up everyone's time to repeat what those items are.
Okay. So I think what I'm hearing is a consensus to move forward and considering recreational marijuana in Meridian Township. But I also think that I'm hearing we're going to have to start from the beginning to reorganize that realities and begin with gathering some of the information that has been called for here that we don't have, but also while looking at what we already have that, you know, we've been kind of saying is not useful and obsolete at this point. So I would like to suggest that that's the way we start. We take a look at what we have, new information, and begin to construct a system we think will work well for Meridian Township. Is that enough information for you to come back to us with more information?
We can start, yes, we can start laying out a process and gather the information that we've discussed this evening, lay out a process for how this would go. You know, Director Clark and I have already discussed how this interacts in economic development and our limited industrial properties. You know, I've had conversations with my staff just about, okay, where is this going? We've had conversations with 4 of the 5 licensees. So there's certainly, to Trustee Sundland's point, there's still certainly interest from the existing licensees. So there's a lot of competing interests. And so I think staff's going to need a little time here to digest, start gathering the information that was requested, get as much clean information as we can, and start this ball rolling.
I think we would all appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We come to item 14 on our agenda, comments from the public. If there are further comments from the public, we invite you to come to the podium, give us your name and address. Mr. Voldori?
Yeah, I'm hard to get rid of. A couple of things just off the top that I'm not going to get into real deep, but I'm available to discuss. Given my background in this, I wrote a couple of things down. Black markets tend to disappear if you decriminalize. The state of the industry right now is that in Michigan is that the legal retail outlets are more than competitive with the black market. Not here in Meridian Township because there aren't any. The black market is here more than it is in municipalities that have opted in. I can give you more facts and details on that. I'm not sure what Mr. Duchesne was talking about when he said there's going to be litigation. I mentioned earlier there's 150 municipalities that have opted in. I'm not familiar with all 150 of them, but a good chunk of them I am. And the tendency is after you do opt in, there's no more litigation. And if he's aware of some statistics or facts to the contrary, I'd like to know what they are. I'm willing to look into it. But the litigation in general is from not having clear policies, not opting, It's generally not after people opt in, after municipalities opt in. And the comment about reputation, Ann Arbor, East Lansing, Traverse City. Traverse City just passed 24 recreational licenses, opened up the city. I mean, to 24. They only had 15 people apply because this industry is slowing down a little. And here in Meridian Township, even if you said there were 10 licenses available, because of the zoning, the setbacks, everything else, you still would only get 4 or 5 or 6 available spots where you could actually put them. So, and I'd like to go back to this just historically for some perspective. In 1973, the unanimous decision of the Supreme Court of the state of Michigan found, from examining scientific studies, that the prohibition of marijuana is more harmful to society than its use. And they also found, unanimous decision, Supreme Court, that they confirmed many scientific studies that said the obvious: marijuana is far less harmful than tobacco or alcohol. There are 100 places in Meridian Township where you can buy tobacco. There may not be 100 places where you can buy alcohol, but there's close to it. Both of them much more harmful. Whoa! Well, I hardly got through it, but I really appreciate your time and deliberation on this, and I'm available with tons of facts that I would be happy to cooperate with the board or the administration as they work their way through this process. Thank you.
Could we impose on you to give us your name and address again for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob Eldori. I'm notorious. What do you mean? Bob Eldori, 2719 Mount Hope Road. I've been there for almost 50 years.
Okay.
I tell people I'm stuck there like an impacted wisdom tooth.
Thank you very much. Are there other matters and board comments at this time? Then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Support? We are adjourned.
Did you call the question? All those in favor?
Oh, well, okay, I'm sorry. All of those in favor?
I don't know if it is in Every time you introduce inhibit.